Ground cinnamon. It makes a delicious difference in my cinnamon rolls. I'm Mrs. Olson. You know, the right ingredients are so important in good cooking. That's why Folgers is good cooking. It has that just right, delicious ingredient, mountain-grown coffee. The richest kind. Delicious. Now that's mountain-grown coffee. Folgers is good cooking.
Hey, Charlie, you don't look so good.
My head hurts from too much sun and fun, and my stomach's on the bump.
Have a Rolaids.
I'm beyond Rolaids.
How about a Tums?
Too late for Tums.
You want your mother?
I want big relief. I want my Alka-Seltzer.
Alka-Seltzer. There is no more effective combination of medicines to neutralize excess acid and speed relief to your aching head.
Alka-Seltzer, big relief.
It was noon when Claire's mom discovered shiny dishes without towel drying.
Beautiful shine.
I didn't even towel dry. What a joy.
But what about spots?
With Lemon Fresh Joy, dishes dry practically spot-free.
Fact is, other leading brands can dry leaving spots. Joy's unique anti-spotting formula lets dishes dry practically spot-free, down to the shine.
Gorgeous.
Without a towel.
Discover Lemon Fresh Joy for a beautiful shine without a towel.
Bannon sportswear, Bannon dresswear, Bannon. With everything from cotton to cashmere. If you care, you'll bother. Don't wear one without the other.
Van Roll-On. It's like an invisible layer of protection against wetness between you and your clothes. No leading spray can keep you as dry.
If you care, you'll bother. Don't wear one without the other.
Van Roll-On. You and your clothes can depend on it.
Compose a masterpiece with help from your nearby Lucky Deli. Delight in Lucky's impressive deli selection. Delicious imported and domestic meats and cheeses, each striking just the right note in a symphony of flavors. Lucky has scores of delectable deli foods to win applause the next time you want to be creative.
At Lucky, you deserve our best every day. It's the special things we do, especially for you. We're Safeway.
Roy Ottolini knows buying produce for Safeway is no desk job.
We go directly to the growers to bring your family the best selection of quality fruits and vegetables. Sun-ripened and rushed to our stores. Safeway, for farm fresh produce, depend on us.
The special things we do, especially for you. We're Safeway.
America's favorite food store.
Ready for a shock? I found out all fabric bleach works best in hot water. I also found Borateam, the borax bleacher. It's specially formulated for warm water washing. So when I switched to warm for brightening colors, I switched to Borateam, the borax bleacher.
When I switched to warm to remove stains from synthetics, I switched to Borateam, the borax bleacher. Borateam, it's made to whiten, brighten, and remove stains in warm water. So when you switch to warm, switch to Borateam, the borax bleacher.
Scope presents The Way It Was.
Mom, mouthwash tastes like medicine.
If it didn't, it wouldn't work.
Henry believed it. Today, he still does.
Henry, try Minty Scope. Tastes good.
Then it doesn't work.
Scope works. Don't let the good taste fool you. Try. For me?
Minty.
Fresh breath that lasts. And you did it all for me.
Scope works. Don't let the good taste fool you.
Need any help? Oh, the movers are here. I'm still packing. I have a headache, and I can't find the aspirin.
Take my Bufferin. Plain aspirin's smart, but it can upset your stomach. Taking Bufferin is smarter. Look, some stomachs can be delicate, like this crystal, and plain aspirin can upset them. Bufferin gives aspirin relief, plus special buffers that help protect against stomach upset. How do you feel now?
A lot smarter.
Now Bufferin capsules come in tamper-resistant cans. The bottle's protected inside.
Denture wearers, here's Martha Ray with a special message.
Folks, I work with lots of people who wear dentures and smoke. And I tell them all, try Super Strength Smoker's Polident. It's just for smokers. Watch. We'll take half this denture stained with tobacco. Ugly. Now Smoker's Polident. It's the only super strength denture cleanser made to get tobacco stains super clean. See? So take it from a big mouth. Smoker's Polident gets tough tobacco stains super clean.
Tender, loving, clean. Tender, loving, clean. Baby Fresh gets baby. Tender, loving, clean.
Mothers say Baby Fresh cleans baby better. It's thicker than the pop-up wipes, bigger than the other leading folded wipe. So each cushiony sheet has a right combination to get baby really clean. And a clean baby is less likely to get diaper rash.
Tender, loving, clean. Tender, loving, clean. Baby Fresh gets baby. Tender, loving, clean.
Hello.
Hey, this is You Bet Your Bet with a $20,000 question.
Do I know how to say great taste? 4 letters or less? In 10 seconds? And do I know?
5 seconds. 2 seconds.
2 seconds? Yummy?
Meow, that's it. You win.
Any cat knows the word for great taste is meow. Meow Mix brand cat food has the 3 flavors cats love best. So only Meow Mix tastes so good, cats ask for it by name.
So I waited till the last second and then I sprang it on them.
I'll never forget the day I closed the Relco deal and the way those airport cheeseburgers went to work on my stomach. Then there was the mad dash for Gate 56. My career was at stake and my temples were throbbing. Tums, Rolaids, or aspirin alone couldn't do it all. I needed big relief fast. Alka-Seltzer neutralizes the excess acid your stomach has churned out and speeds relief to your aching head. I got big relief.
Hotchkiss, we're watching you.
And a big raise.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what?
adults.
What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay. Next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls. I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops. Because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip flops. Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know. This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen. This is Jonathan Lee Richards. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said, and I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like.
Yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that likes going.
That is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! Good afternoon, good early afternoon. I almost said good morning, y'all. Kind of crazy, right? Kind of crazy. Y'all are hanging out with me this time of day. More of a night guy. If you haven't noticed, Amy in Boston is a member for 1 month. Thank you so much. We seeking the truth. Justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah, folks. The letters, dude. The letters. Now listen. I have not thoroughly read through all of these. I like to save that for when I'm hanging out with you guys for the most part. But I I usually like to save that for I like to react and share experiences with you guys. It's usually what I like to do. So I'm going to go ahead and read those. Now, I did thumb through some of them and posted some of them on Twitter, reposted some of them on Twitter, and thanks again to Sleuthy Goosey, who's in here, who the people who actually like work hard on research and stuff like that on Twitter, and I could just kind of steal it. Thanks. So I just reposted Sleuthy Goosey's stuff on there. New tab on the Google Sheet. Let me refresh it then. There, it's refreshed. Okay. Hellfish Haven. Remember, for 1 month. Call was wicked good to hear from him. Thanks for it. Oh, I got to do it right. Call was wicked good. Wicked good to hear from him. Thanks for it. You got it. You got it. You're wicked awesome. Clubber's here somewhere, man. He's like, I don't know. He's roaming around. I'm sure he's kind of weirded out by us hanging out so early. Kayla Jones, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. It's been a minute, folks. It's time to wake you guys up.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. I
think we got a super chat.
Okay, Kayla Jones, thank you so much. Spending my work day listening to Logic. Fuck yes, please. That's what I'm talking about. Now I'm going to try to keep. I know a lot of you guys are listening to this at work. I don't know what kind of jobs y'all got, but I'll try to. I don't usually like to censor myself, but I'll make a conscious effort to keep the F-bombs to a minimum for you guys, just in case your supervisor walks by. Talk about, hey, Kayla, what's happening? I'm going to need you to kind of tone down the profanic podcast that you're listening to. If you could maybe not play these cuss words all throughout the office. It's not really fair to your environment. Thanks a bunch, Kayla. Have a good one. Yeah, so I'll try to work it out for all you that have to deal with your Mr. Lumbergs. So now some of this stuff is pretty interesting because here's the gist of what I got from what I read of these things, of these letters, because I didn't read all of them and I didn't read them thoroughly, but I did read enough to know that Yannetti wasn't lying. He wasn't lying. He just wasn't. Sorry, folks. All of you with your brains working overtime trying to break down exactly what was Yannetti's motive for lying besides being a shitty defense attorney who has an agenda and blah, 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 blah. Oh, bro, no. Yes. The genie is out of the bottle. Can't put the genie back in the bottle. So now the first thing here is the letter from, I don't know what order they're in here, but let's see. Okay, the first one here is a letter from Josh Levy, who is the acting United States Attorney in the District of Massachusetts. I'll go ahead and share this. Hold on a second so y'all can see these for yourself. And hold on one second here. Billy Buzz Smith is a member for 1 month. Go Blues. Absolutely. Thank you, Billy Buzz Smith. That's brave saying that here with all these mass people here, all these Bruins fans. I almost forgot who played for Boston. But yeah, let's go ahead and read Levy's letter to Judge Canone. Just as a refresher, this is one that we're very much familiar with already, but we're just going to go through it just to be thorough. And I can't see chat unless, something on my phone catches the corner of my eye, which happens from time to time, but I'm not looking at chat when I read these. So I apologize if I miss anything. So this is dated January 12th, 2024, just, like a little over a week ago. With respect to the above caption matter, we received notice, dear Justice Canone, dear Auntie Bev, with respect to the above caption matter, we received notice via letter dated January 9th, 2024 from counsel for the defendant regarding the Commonwealth's motion for a protective order pertaining to Commonwealth's notice of discovery pursuant to Massachusetts, blah, 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 with associated 6 attachments. We additionally received copies of the motion, the defendant's opposition, and related filings, including copies of the 8 letters at issue. We also are aware of the upcoming hearing scheduled for January 18th, 2024, which we already went over. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard on this issue. Having reviewed all of the materials referenced above, The Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts do not object to public disclosure of the correspondence at issue in the pending motion. Now we're gonna jump in our little DeLorean here, and our flux capacitor is going to take us back to May 18th of last year, 2023, and this is from the office of Michael Morrisey. Now, this is addressed to the Office of Professional Responsibility at the U.S. Department of Justice on Pennsylvania Avenue, right there, next to where the president sleeps and then goes to bed at night. Did you see what I did there? Investigation by the Office of the United States Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. Dear Sir or Madam, I write to formally request that an ongoing investigation being conducted. Now, before I continue reading this, I got to tell you, this was a fun letter to read. This letter I absolutely did read. And I just had so much fun reading it. I'm not going to lie. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed reading this. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna enjoy reading it aloud to you guys again. Dear Sir or Madam, politically correct Michael Morrisey, thank you for that. I write to formally request that an ongoing investigation being conducted by the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts be examined by the Office of Professional Responsibility, and should the investigation continue, that it is transferred to another office without history of conflict, bias, and abuse of prosecutorial discretion as outlined below. This is really fun to me. Just this paragraph alone is very fun to me because he's writing the people who would oversee and they would investigate, I guess, misconduct or otherwise of the state attorney's office. So this is the Office of Professional Responsibility, to make sure that they are being professionally responsible in their investigations. This aspect of the United States, this little section of the United States, make sure that the state attorney's office isn't abusing their power. So Morrisey cries and whines to them, goes running, and says, "Hey, are you understanding what's going on here? Are you guys seeing? I don't think this is fair. I don't think that this is fair at all. That they're coming and looking at me and they're asking me questions. I don't get it. But then it goes on here where he says that he requests that it be transferred to another office without a history of conflict. So transfer their investigation to another. That's because that's how it works, right? That's how it works. So I'm being investigated for murder, right? By, let's say, I don't know, the Massachusetts State Police. And I go, hey, District Attorney Morrisey's office. Listen, the Massachusetts State Police is investigating me for murder, but I don't even have a criminal record. And that person doesn't like me at the Massachusetts State Police office. Could you transfer your investigation elsewhere? Just stop looking at me and look at somebody else. Anybody else. Doesn't even matter who it is, as long as it's not me or somebody like me who doesn't have a history of murdering people, or at least not on record. So could you maybe just not look at me and look over there? Could you tell them to quit looking at me, look over there? Well, look over where? Anywhere but here. Anywhere but here. The desperation in that paragraph right there alone is extremely telling. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it. So the Norfolk District Attorney's Office has undertaken an an extensive investigation into the facts and circumstances of the death of John O'Keefe in Canton, Massachusetts on January 29th, 2022. They have undertaken an extensive investigation. Find that interesting. Great choice of words there. Because if there's one word that I would not use to describe the investigation into John O'Keefe's murder, if I'm being nice, that word would be extensive. It's not extensive at all. It's the opposite of extensive. Extensive would mean that they were looking at all possibilities for starters. I mean, for starters, just to start off, they would be looking at other places, but that's not what happened. Right away, immediately, the morning of, they targeted Karen Reed and made her their target of their investigation with very little probable cause, if any at all. That's not extensive. That's the opposite of extensive. Extensive is extensive. You know what I mean? It's extensive. That's not extensive. That is tunnel vision. The opposite of extensive. Okay? The facts and evidence gathered, including more than 40 individuals testifying before the Norfolk County grand jury, led to the second-degree murder indictment of Karen Reed. Reed was the operator of the vehicle that the evidence demonstrates struck her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. And by evidence, he means the witness statements that are full of lies and inconsistency, A, and B, trooper dust. The discovery of what I like to call trooper dust. Okay? And y'all are going, what trooper dust? What's trooper dust? Well, trooper dust is when a state trooper magically just flaps their little wings and flies into a crime scene and sprinkles little bits of tail light all over the scene. Trooper dust would be tail light fragments. It's literally the only, there's only one kind of trooper dust, and that is taillight fragments. Just so you know. Okay? O'Keefe was then left to die in the snow on the side of Fairview Road. Canton, during the evening of January 29th, 2022, the case has been systematically making its way through Norfolk Superior Court with ongoing discovery still active and open, including motions under advisement and motions not yet heard. The defendant, through counsel, has been raising specious issues of a third-party culprit and complaints of witness and police misconduct as they attempt to confuse by offering not different interpretations of Commonwealth statements, evidence, and positions, but inventing them out of whole cloth. I need to read that one more time. The defendant, through counsel, has been raising specious issues of a third-party culprit and complaints of witness and police misconduct as they attempt to confuse by offering not different interpretations of Commonwealth statements, evidence, and positions, but inventing them out of whole cloth. Okay, that's just blatantly untrue. So saying that the complaints of witness and police misconduct are based on people making something up out of just whole cloth, specifically Karen Reed's defense, and not offering anything different than the interpretations of of the evidence, or not offering anything different than the actual evidence. We're talking court documents and we're talking witness statements. No, everything is based on that. See, that's what's very interesting about that. See, right there, this is some look over here, not over here bullshit. Okay? Because right here, if you're sitting here saying, well, you know, they're not offering anything. Well, ironically, we're looking at the investigation itself and coming to these conclusions. Now, I don't know exactly everything that the defense plans to bring to court. Not everything. I have no idea. I would assume at the very least it's going to be the things that we, the public, have discovered between Turtle Boy's investigations, between people, just regular people on Twitter, such as Olivia, such as Sleuthy Goosey, people who are doing their own investigating through their own interests. We don't reference anything other than the stuff that is released by the Commonwealth. Nobody's making anything up out of thin air. And if it's being made up out of thin air, it's being dismissed. Because as soon as somebody says, well, this and this and this happened, and then there's no basis for it, somebody like me, somebody like Olivia, somebody like Sleuthy, somebody like Turtle Boy is going to go, well, where'd you get that from? Where'd you hear that from? Because we don't want misinformation flying around. We don't want to gain. The fact is that the public interest is a big, big factor here in getting justice for John O'Keefe. Make no mistake about that. The public interest is a big, big deal. Some of us actually care about the reputation, more or less, of the public interest. So if the majority of the public is just throwing around insane theories without anything to base them on, those of us who are actually searching for the truth are going to shut those people down. Whether they say free Karen Reed in a hashtag or not, doesn't matter. I don't give a shit what your hashtags say on your posts. What I care about is whether or not it's based on fact. It's based on evidence. So nobody here is just, nobody credible anyway. Nobody that I would listen to anyway is just throwing around insane. Sorry, I'm wondering where Clever is, but I don't know where he went. Give me 1 second. I'm afraid he might have went upstairs. Give me 1 second, folks. And if he's doing that, he's could hurt one of the other dogs, and I don't want him to do that because they're still kind of. Give me 1 second. Very sorry about that, folks. Okay. So yeah, nobody's basing their opinions on things that are just being pulled out of what Morrisey calls here whole cloth. So he goes on to say, no actual substantiated evidence supporting police misconduct or any federal violations have been identified by the defendant, the district attorney's office, or the Massachusetts Superior Court during the ongoing discovery process. Approximately 3 weeks ago, multiple state witnesses who have been brought before the state grand jury notified the Norfolk District Attorney's Office that they were contacted by the FBI and subsequently received subpoenas to appear before a federal grand jury. I'm going to read that one more time. Approximately 3 weeks ago, multiple state witnesses. Now, this was May 18th, 2023. So 3 weeks prior to May 18th, 2023, multiple state witnesses who have been brought before the state grand jury notified the Norfolk District Attorney's Office that they were contacted by the FBI and subsequently received subpoenas to appear before a federal grand jury. Okay, so you can see what's going on here right there. So 3 weeks prior to this letter being written, certain witnesses, and I'm going to assume that they are likely police officers. I would assume are likely police officers. So if I'm going to name names and speculate, I'm going to speculate that one of those names is going to be Detective Tully, and another one of those names is likely going to be Detective Proctor. And I truly believe that they freaked out because the feds contact them, and then they said, oh shit, we need to tell the DA. We need to tell Michael Morrisey. So Michael Morrisey gets wind of this and then decides to write this long-winded letter, basically freaking out, trying to get in front of it and trying to go, well, what the hell? Why are they getting involved in our investigation? What's going on? So why would they tell the DA's office? If I had to guess why they would tell the DA's office, it's because the DA's office is running the investigation. Like, yeah, of course, you got to understand, the DA's office is actually who's getting justice, quote unquote, supposedly. That's who is actually supposedly getting justice. All detectives are in a crime investigation are those who collect evidence. They're basically errand people for the DA. They say, okay, get me what I need in order to prove in a court of law that the person that you have in custody or the person that you have been investigating, the person that I'm going to bring in front of a jury and in front of a judge, make sure that I have everything I need to make sure that they go to jail. And that jury finds them guilty and that judge sentences them properly. So, of course, they're going to go to the DA. The cops work for the DA, basically. They say, I need more than that whenever they don't have enough. See, in a normal investigation, okay, this is why I'm glad this question was asked. Why would they go to the DA? Why would these witnesses, who I believe to be cops, why would they go to the DA? Well, it's because their investigation is full of holes. And the DA is going to have to be the person to answer for it. That's why the feds are saying that Michael Morrisey's office is under investigation. Now, the interesting thing about this is if they had conducted their investigation properly, the feds wouldn't be asking them questions. The whole question here, right here so far, as of May 18th, when this letter was written, the only question is whether or not they had conducted their investigation properly. So there would be no question of misconduct. There would be absolutely no question of misconduct if these people had, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this case as much as we have been. So the reason why all of us are so interested in this case is based on the investigative tactics of the Massachusetts State Police. That's why we're all going, what in the fuck is going on here? All of the discrepancies that we've seen looking over this case that have led us to the belief that Karen Reed is innocent is based on the Massachusetts State Troopers' methods of investigation. So when we look at that, okay, this should tell you when you look at two things and put them together, well, those two things basically being how the investigation was conducted and the feds looking into how this investigation was conducted should tell you that that our questions prior to even knowing that that these federal agencies were looking into this investigation should tell you, it should validate you in having the questions that each and every one of you have had looking into this case. It should absolutely validate you, because so far I'm a realist and I say, well, I've got questions, because I'm still entertaining the possibility that something is just a big misunderstanding, that these guys are just lazy at filing paperwork or something stupid like that. I don't know. Because I don't like to jump to the conclusion that cops aren't doing their jobs, especially when it comes to investigating a police officer. But the thing is all of these things that made us raise questions and go, what is going on? Why wasn't this done? Why wasn't that done? Why would they do this and that? Hold on a second. Sorry. Clever. I know. I love you too, buddy, but you're being a real big pain in my ass right now. This is very difficult to do with you going and trying to pick fights with the other dogs in the house. Can't have that. I think I solved the issue, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, Clubber is a puppy toddler. He's not like a puppy toddler. He is a puppy toddler, and just he's very big. And I ordered him through recommendations of you guys a lot. I ordered him a Kong Chewy, or through Chewy. I ordered him a Kong toy. So I know a lot of you guys swear by it. So we're gonna give it a try. How did I get the name Clubber? Well, I'm a big Rocky fan, and I named him after Rocky's opponent in 3, Clubber. So that's how I got the name for him. So hopefully no more interruptions. I do apologize, guys. Now, so basically, right, like I was saying, they obviously these Morrisey gets worried, because this is really not much different to me than a audit on the local police there, right? I mean, what's the problem? If you have nothing to hide, then what's the problem? So basically, these witnesses come forward and they say, hey, Michael Morrisey, the feds contacted me. What should I do? What's going on? What should I tell them? Why are the feds asking me questions about the John O'Keefe case? So Morrissey's way of dealing with this is writing is writing the professional responsibility, the Office of Professional Responsibility, and asking them to intervene and say, hey, tell them to quit, tell the state attorney to quit looking at us. We're good. We're minding our own business over here. They need to mind their business. But that's not how it works. That's just not how it works. But if they had nothing to hide, why wouldn't you welcome, in every other case that I've ever talked about, and I realize there are jurisdictional issues where you don't want the case to become an actual federal case because you don't want the feds to get credit for a bust or whatever like that. They, publicity wise, they want to make sure that they get all the credit and they get all the notoriety, and they say it was through the investigations of our very skilled investigators locally here who managed to be able to get justice for this victim. Well, at the most, that's how it seems like. But in reality, usually when you're actually trying to get justice, they welcome outside help. Even though the feds don't have jurisdiction to take over the investigation, they definitely have. They definitely can kind of look into these things, and they can ask questions just to make sure everything's running on the up and up. And for the most part, usually when you're having issues with an investigation, you will seek federal help. Like in the Summerwells case right now, the FBI, they are liaising with Hawkins County and with the TBI, but they're not in charge of the investigation. They're just offering some of their resources. And normally this will be welcome. But so far, I haven't heard one thing here. What I hear is Michael Morrisey saying, hey, tell them to quit. Get them out of here. Get them out of our nest. We got our own thing going on here, and we don't want them nosing around and getting to the bottom of whatever's going on here. We got it, is basically what they're saying. Sorry, I have to check these DMs real quick. What am I looking at here? Oh, this is interesting. All right, I'm going to look into that. So who is Steven Scanlon? And how reliable is this source? Sorry, I've got a source here. The person sending this to me is reliable. But first of all, I need to know who Natalie is. So I don't, yeah. All right. So I'm going to put that on hold for a second, but I mean, it's very interesting. But again, I don't like to spread misinformation. So when I do share this, I can tell you this is not proof in any way, shape, or form. But I cannot imagine this person not being subpoenaed, the Stephen Scandal, if this is correct, because this is hearsay of hearsay, what I'm getting here. I take that beyond with a grain of salt. So all right. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to let the person who's sending me this stuff come back to me once they have everything and once there's a further explanation. But let's stay straight to what we're at here. And I promise I'll talk about it, and I'll give whatever disclaimers I need to, because I'm not going to sit here and say it's fact because it's fact, because I don't have it as fact. Fair enough. So okay. So shortly after those notifications to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, Josh Levy, first assistant in the Boston office of the United States Attorney's Office, contacted Norfolk first assistant district attorney Lynn Belland to suggest that they were conducting an investigation that may involve a number of witnesses in the Commonwealth versus Reed murder case. At that time, Attorney Belland expressed some concerns about both the jurisdiction and the timing of any actions being taken by the United States Attorney's Office, as they could imprudently impact the ongoing murder prosecution of Karen Reed. Wait, what? At that time, Attorney Belland expressed some concerns about both the jurisdiction and the timing of any actions being taken by the United States Attorney's Office, as they could imprudently impact the ongoing murder prosecution of Karen Reed. See, you got to understand. See, whoever worded this, they had to know that this was going to get broken down. Okay, because you gotta read the language in these things. Whoever wrote this, coming from Michael Morrisey's office, whether it be Michael Morrisey himself or whoever wrote this for him, and Morrisey deciding, okay, this is a good way to go. This is what we're going to send out. Why wasn't this worded? Why wasn't this worded that Belland expressed some concerns about both the jurisdiction and timing of any actions taken by the United States Attorney's Office, as they could imprudently impact the pursuit of justice in the murder of a Boston police officer? That wasn't worded like that. The intention here, what seems to be important here, is the prosecution of Karen Reed. It could impact Karen Reed, or it could impact the prosecution of Karen Reed. I find that interesting. So based on the collective experience of several of my colleagues, Massachusetts district attorneys and former federal prosecutor, it appears to be unprecedented for the federal government to step into the middle of an ongoing state murder prosecution prompted only by inflammatory and ethically dubious defense strategy. See, now, there's no way. I find that. So what I'm seeing here is Michael Morrisey shitting himself. He's absolutely and totally shaking in his boots. He's scared out of his mind. And he's saying it's unprecedented for, in the middle of a prosecution, to step into the middle of this investigation, to insert yourselves and stick your noses in the middle of everything. It's unprecedented, right? But it's not. I mean, maybe it is, but it's unprecedented to see such a sloppy job of this prosecution to take these bits of so-called evidence and say that this is enough to prosecute someone. That's unprecedented. I've never seen that. Okay? To me, it's unprecedented for a district attorney's office to take what the Massachusetts State Police have given the district attorney's office in order to prosecute Karen Read and call it evidence, and the DA go, yep, that'll work. That'll be plenty. Because if they're that confident in their case, if they're that confident that that's enough to prosecute and convict Karen Read, well, then that tells me that there's probably corruption going on. That tells me that they are that confident that they could take such little evidence and evidence that they've collected that contradicts itself and feel that confident to present it in front of a jury and be like, yeah, we're good. Now, I don't think that they intended it to get in front of a jury. But again, when we sit here and we try to speculate why, what is the motive? Why would they try to prosecute a case that they know they're never going to get a jury to convict on? Well, that theory comes back again. The Casey Anthony theory. What they're hoping to do is basically just smear her in the court of public opinion, get the public to think that she is guilty but got away with it. That way, there's nobody looking anywhere else to get justice for John O'Keefe. They figure, well, the guilty party got away with it. Now there's nothing we can do. That's what they're hoping all of you do. All of you who are locals in Canton, who are locals in Massachusetts, and anybody who this is spread to, such as myself, who aren't local in Massachusetts, but Americans who believe in due process and believe in everyone's rights as Americans. So what they're hoping for is for to, they know they're not counting on Karen Read being actually convicted. They're just counting on losing the case and everybody being like, well, we had the guilty party, but we failed to present enough evidence that would convict her. She was smart enough and she had such a good defense team that she got away with it. And therefore, Yannetti and Jackson cost John O'Keefe and his loved ones justice. It's pretty genius, really, when you think about it. It's lazy as fuck. It's lazy, but it's genius when you think about it. Because if nobody had come around asking questions, if Turtle Boy didn't come along and make all the noise that he made, well, then we wouldn't be asking all these questions. We wouldn't be demanding justice for John O'Keefe. All of us collectively would not be demanding justice for John O'Keefe the way that we are. We would trust that the system has good enough judgment. At least I normally would be. Normally, I'd be like, man, that's crazy. Why would they do that? That's insane. Why not? I mean, why wouldn't they? What you're going to tell me that the district attorney's office is not going to be doing everything that they can to get justice for a fallen Boston police officer? And where are the Boston police in all this? Because I'm still lost. I'm still lost as to why Boston, why we don't have tons of Boston police officers in their dress blues standing at every Karen Read trial or every Karen Reed hearing, excuse me, it's showing support for her prosecution. Why aren't we seeing that? I find that really weird. And I'm sure they're outraged. I'm sure they're just like, I don't know what to do. Because if you take the focus away from Karen Reed, you inevitably, there's only one other place to look. And that is the people who were inside 34 Fairview that night. And the majority of those people are either cops, and actually everyone in there is either a cop or related to somebody who's a cop. Everybody who would be suspect is either a cop or related to somebody who's a cop. That's another good question. Why didn't Brian Albert attend John O'Keefe's funeral? Weren't they friends? Were they not friends? Okay, thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. Now, this goes on to say, Attorney Bellin reminded AUSA Joshua Levy that any statements and or testimony taken in such an investigation that pertain to any of the witnesses in the ongoing state murder trial may create an ongoing obligation for state prosecutors to provide defense with access to all information and statements gathered or recorded as a result of the federal investigation. The United States Attorney's Office offered the opinion that you can't turn over information that you don't have. See, this is very fun to me because he's crying. Right here, Michael Morrisey is whining. Okay? I'm going to read this one more time. And buckle up, folks. We're going to be here for a while. This says, in the conversation with First Assistant Norfolk District Attorney Lynn Belland, Assistant United States Attorney Joshua Levy declined to identify what jurisdiction the federal government had in this murder case. Okay? Now, they don't have jurisdiction in the murder case, but they do have jurisdiction in the investigation of the murder case. So here, Lynn Belland is saying, well, why are you looking into this, blah, blah, blah? And it's not that we're looking into the murder case. We're looking into you. We're looking into what you did to get justice for this fallen Boston police officer. Because if they can't count on you, who can they count on? If the loved ones and the people of Massachusetts cannot count on you to get this fallen police officer, this Boston police officer, justice, who can they count on? So that's why they step in, to make sure that whoever they can count on is doing their job correctly, is doing their job up to standards, not necessarily correctly, but up to the standards in which the minimum should be expected of a county district attorney's office, a state police agency, and anyone else who's assisting in this. So, in a conversation with First Assistant Norfolk District Attorney Lynn Belland, who would be Michael Morrisey's assistant, Assistant United States Attorney Joshua Levy declined to identify what jurisdiction the federal government had in this murder case. They don't have any jurisdiction in the murder case, but they do have jurisdiction over how it's investigated and making sure that investigation is taking place. The investigation that's taking place is meeting minimum standards. In what appears to be a highly unusual and possibly abusive exercise of power. Okay, right here, we're taking jabs. We're right here, we're making accusations. We're saying that they are abusing Right here, Michael Morrisey's office is accusing Joshua Levy's office of an abuse and exercise of power. And Attorney Levy indicated to the U.S. Attorney's Office, indicated that the U.S. Attorney's Office was still proceeding ahead with an investigation that would involve individuals who were active participants in the events and or witnesses in the state's case. Okay? Attorney Belland reminded Assistant U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy that any statements and or testimony taken in such an investigation that pertain to any of the witnesses in the ongoing state murder trial may create an ongoing obligation for state prosecutors to provide defense with access to all information and statements gathered or recorded as a result of the federal investigation. You're supposed to do that anyway. Now, I don't know the law, okay? I'm not a lawyer. But I'm of the impression that you're supposed to do that anyway. Isn't that called discovery? I'm going to read that one more time because I'm not sure if I know what that means. Attorney Belland reminded Josh Levy that any statements and or testimony taken in such an investigation that pertain to any of the witnesses in the ongoing state murder trial may create an ongoing obligation for state prosecutors to provide defense with access to all information and statements gathered or recorded as a result of the federal investigation. So they're afraid, basically Michael Morrisey and Assistant District Attorney Belland are afraid that whatever details of their investigation are going to have to be subject to Karen Reed's defense getting a hold of it, right? So they're worried that they're worried about Karen Reed's prosecution. They're worried this is going to affect their case. But why would they worry that that would affect their case if they could still prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is guilty? Why would they be worried about that? Sure, come on, investigate. Come check us out. That wouldn't be a problem. What would be the issue with that? Unless you had something to hide. Why would you be so worried about federal investigators asking the witnesses questions? Now, these witnesses, again, I'm assuming, since it's the DA's office that is under investigation, I'm going to assume that these witnesses are investigators for the Massachusetts State Police. That's what I'm going to assume. Because what else would they be worried about? And why would they be asking, unless they saw discrepancies in their investigation, why else would they ask someone like Jennifer McCabe questions? Because I'm saying that I don't see them going around asking Jen McCabe questions. I just don't see that happening. But if they did go and ask Jennifer McCabe certain questions, I'm going to say it's because they're trying to get to the bottom of a certain aspect of the investigation itself. Not necessarily what happened to John O'Keefe, but the investigation itself. Like, such as when did Michael Proctor come and talk to you? Did you go to his house or did he go to your house? What's the nature of your relationship with Michael Proctor? Those are the kind of questions that I would imagine the federal government asking Jennifer McCabe. So this is very funny. This is where it gets fun to me. So they're worried that they're going to have to provide the defense with all the access, with access to all this information and statements gathered or recorded as a result of the federal investigation. Now, it goes on to say the United States Attorney's Office offered the opinion that you can't turn over information that you don't have. Now, that sounded like a little bit of a dig. That sounded like a little bit of a dig. So basically, again, they're worried that they're going to have to turn over information on this case, right? They're going to have to turn over information to the defense as far as their investigations go. But the fact of the matter is there's basically, they're taking a dig and saying, well, you can't offer up information that you don't have, meaning you didn't fucking conduct an investigation. That's the translation that I'm getting out of that, is that that Josh Levy sarcastically responded to Belland and said, well, you can't, I mean, why are you worried about them turning over information that you don't have? You being forced to turn over information that you don't have. Because right there, that indicates to me that there is something to, I'm not saying it proves it, but there's definitely something to why they failed to provide the defense so much information as far as their investigations go, why they failed to provide this in discovery for so long, why they're still failing to. That gives me some indication to me. I mean, I'm not saying it proves it. I'm just saying, if we're sitting here going, well, why has the prosecution been stalling and avoiding putting up the evidence that they have against Karen Read in discovery? They have to do that. Right? Why are they not doing it? Because they have something to hide? Well, yeah, but what is it that they have to hide? So we speculate, well, it's either that they did something dirty, and that's why they're not showing it, and they're waiting for that moment where they can present it in court without giving the defense an opportunity to review it, or they didn't fucking do any investigating at all, which is basically what this implies. This implies to me that that Josh Levy's office is sitting there going, well, yeah, you guys, you can't provide something that you don't have because you never got it. You don't have it. So, and it's funny because Michael Morrisey in this letter points this out and takes it as an attack. He gets upset. Otherwise, he would have never pointed it out. But without realizing that it makes him look that much more guilty of negligence, at the very least, if not absolute corruption, if not blatant corruption, negligence. You can't turn over information that you don't have. How are you supposed to turn over information that you don't have? You don't have it. The position leaves state authorities potentially unable to meet the constitutional mandate expressed in Brady versus Maryland and corresponding Massachusetts state rules. Since that call concluded, we have confirmed that witnesses have testified before the grand jury. Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of the Criminal Procedure allows that under certain compelling circumstances, information may be provided to all counsel, including those not before the federal grand jury. Recent court filings and statements by defense counsel in this Read matter suggest that defense attorneys were the source of the initial complaint and allegations prompting this action by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Of course. Of course. So they're sitting there going, well, you know, this is all an agenda from the defense. You guys coming into my office and looking at me is all part of the defense for Karen Read's agenda. Of course it is. Of course it is. Had you guys turned over the evidence and not acted shady as fuck for months and months and months, well, then they wouldn't have felt the need to seek intervention from the United States Attorney's Office, from your superiors, from your federal superiors. They would not feel the need to do that. So you're sitting here whining and bitching in this letter going, yeah, well, this is clearly an attempt by Karen Reed's defense, a tactic. Well, yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Because this is what I'm reading in between the lines, is they've been waiting for the prosecution to provide them with their case against Karen Reed. And it's still, they have not done it. And here they are already in May of 2023, and they still haven't done it. And so now they're saying, state attorney, come on. How long are we going to put up with this? This is clearly unethical. How long are we going to put up with this? And so therefore, this is just me speculating. Therefore, what ends up taking place is that the state attorney looks into Michael Morrisey's office to see if he actually has this evidence, realizes that he doesn't have the evidence, and then continues their ongoing investigation into this investigation. And who knows what they've discovered so far. So, in my opinion, the only thing that's being questioned at this point of this letter being sent out to Josh Levy, the only thing in question is whether or not they have a case, whether or not the prosecution has a case against Karen Reed. And if they don't have a case, why are they moving forward with it? That's what it seems to me. And so he goes on to say, recent court filings and statements by defense counsel in the Reed matter suggest that the defense attorneys were the source of the initial complaint. Of course they were, and allegations prompting this action by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Reed's defense counsel's recent court filings raise out of thin air an apparently purposeful misstatement of fact. We've heard that before. Unsupported claims of a cover-up by investigators and witnesses, including municipal, state, and federal law enforcement. As shown in attached documents, many of all these unsupported allegations can be vetted and reviewed by the judges of the Massachusetts Superior Court during the discovery and motion sessions, or available appellate review. I am unaware and strongly doubt any prosecutor or state police misconduct of any prosecutor or state police misconduct in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The only allegations to that effect have been unsupported news claims or defense filings that had not even been answered by the time Assistant U.S. Attorney Levy confirmed the existence of a federal grand jury. Okay, see, this tells me a lot too, because he's sitting there saying, I'm not aware of any misconduct that took place. He specifically says misconduct. No misconduct taking place by anyone in the district attorney's office or in the Massachusetts State Police during the investigation of the John O'Keefe murder or the prosecution of Karen Reed, right? But this isn't a question yet. He's just like, I know that the defense sicked you after me, but he doesn't know why the defense, he doesn't know why the state attorney's actually looking into him. He doesn't know what basis they have. He doesn't know what evidence they have. He doesn't know what probable cause they have to investigate. He has no idea. All he knows at this point of writing this letter is that certain witnesses have been questioned or interviewed by, or contacted even, by the state attorney's office. Totally self-snitching. He doesn't know. There's no, nobody came to him and said, hey, Are you aware of any accusations? Why is Karen Reed's defense calling our office and saying that you guys are doing something dirty here? That didn't happen. This guy is just trying to get in front of anything that might get presented to him. He's giving himself away. I find that very interesting. He's just trying to get in front of whatever may come. If this is about this or that, I can assure you. No, bro, nobody even said nothing about that. What are you talking about? Confession through projection. Exactly, Olivia. Confession through projection. What's up, Dave? Making law simple. Yeah, I'm going over the. And I'm already an hour. We're gonna be here all day, bro. I'm already almost an hour and a half in, and this is just the letter from Michael Morrisey's office to, what do you call it? The Office of Professional Responsibility. So there's been no actual allegations coming from any federal agency. There's been none. And yet here he is trying to get in front of anything that they might bring up, which is really, really fascinating. I find it really fascinating. I am unaware and strongly doubt any prosecutor or state police misconduct in Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The only allegations to that effect have been in supported news claims or defense filings that had not even been answered in the time Assistant U.S. Attorney Levy confirmed the existence of a federal grand jury. Now, he was only the assistant at the time. It raises the question why the apparatus of the Department of Justice would intervene, even as such issues are still being assessed by a justice of the Massachusetts Superior Court, without some additional impetus on the part of the United States Attorney's Office. Without dismissing the important role of the Department of Justice in investigating allegations of police misconduct and federal violations, we bring to your attention what appears to be additional concerns concerning motive, conflict, or appearance or conflict and potential bias of the Office of the United States Attorney for Massachusetts, which might explain these unprecedented proceedings. That's hilarious. So also, what's really funny here is they're sitting here and they're trying to get in front of something that they don't even know that is being looked at, right? They don't even know that this stuff is being looked at. But oh shit, sorry, I got distracted there. Yeah, this is just him trying to fish and trying to figure out what they're looking into. Why are you worried about that? And it's also an attempt. This is the point that I was going to make before. It's also an attempt to make the defense for Karen Reed seem like they're trying to misdirect and create all the smoke and mirrors that there is a conspiracy when there's not, to just make it seem like they're crazy. They're going, oh, that's just crazy. You know, they're gonna regale you with yarns of conspiracies and dirty cops and dirty DAs and all of this mess and planting evidence and all of this stuff. They're going to regale you with all these yarns, but I assure you that no such behavior, to my knowledge, has taken place. It's adorable. It's adorable. Without dismissing the important role of the Department of Justice In investigating allegations of police misconduct and federal violations, we bring to your attention what appears to be the additional concerns concerning motive, conflict, or appearance of conflict and potential bias of the Office of the United States Attorney for Massachusetts, which might explain this unprecedented proceedings. So here, this is a bad move on Morrisey right here, because this just makes him look shady as fuck. He's like, well, I don't know why you guys are looking into me. And then he goes, oh, I know what this is about. After spinning all of this bullshit about, well, you know, there's no conspiracy. This is all crazy. They're trying to tell you that there's a conspiracy, which is totally insane. I mean, let's think about how crazy that is, right? I mean, am I right? All right, guys, am I right? That's what he's doing. And then he goes, but I know what this is about. Let's talk about what this is really about, right? This is about this woman who works for my office and has problems and doesn't like me, and so she just decided to come to you guys. So, I mean, Morrisey, make up your mind. Is this you being a target of retaliation from someone who used to work in your office, or is this the defense coming up with crazy stories to get you investigated in order to win their case and get their client free? It's both. How is it both? How can it be both? So here we go. I mean, if it's both, then okay. So let's make sense of that real quick. Let's make sense of that real quick, because I know you're saying this sarcastically, but I'm going to elaborate. If it's both, then who? No, I know you were kidding. I know you were kidding. But let's talk about that for a second. Exactly, throwing shit at the wall and trying to see what sticks. Classic case of that. I mean, if it's both, one of these two things is a conspiracy, and how crazy a conspiracy sounds, right? But if it's the other, well, then you're spouting conspiracy theories and saying that the defense, because that's the only way it could have been, right? If it's both, because you're basically claiming it's both, or you're going, I don't know which one it is. It could be one or the other. But if it's both, okay, well, wouldn't that be a conspiracy theory on your end? Karen Reed, her defense, Turtle Boy, all in cahoots with this person, then you've got your Plevin theory. You got your Plevin theory mixed all up with your butt period man theory. You got all of these things all mixed up, and what do you got? You got a conspiracy theory. So who's crazy here? I predicate the following information with the fact that it has been the policy of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office during my 12-year tenure as District Attorney to maintain a close working relationship with the United States Attorney for Massachusetts. This is the part where you're like, I just want to make sure that we've always tried to maintain a close relationship with you guys. We never had a problem with you guys, man. We ain't never had that. You know, everything's always been cool with us. I mean, I've been here 12 years. 12 years and we've been always cool. What's going on now, guys? Why the problem all of a sudden? Haven't we always been all right? Notable in that relationship was the cooperation of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the prosecution of a 35-year-old murder case that was committed in Sharon, Massachusetts, which involved the Whitey Bulger gang in the United States versus Fleming. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office had statutory jurisdiction to pursue this case, but in the interest of cooperation, acceded to the request of the United States Attorney at the time to allow federal prosecutors to proceed with the case. As a result of that agreement, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and Massachusetts State Police assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office worked closely with the United States Office on that case. During this period, it's unbelievable that he referenced that. As a result of the agreement, blah, 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 blah. During this period, Assistant United States State Attorney Dustin Chow, without nexus to that prosecution, asked the Massachusetts State Police detective involved in the matter if he had any kind of damaging information on the district attorney, first assistant, or the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. The SUA, the sua sponte question, I don't know what that means, was not without context. Laura G. Chow, Dustin's wife, had been an employee of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office prior to the case mentioned above. Not long into her tenure, it became apparent to her supervisors that she required more seasoning and legal experience if she was to succeed in a superior court role. She was offered the chance to gain more trial experience in the district court without any loss of compensation. Instead, she resigned and filed an ethics violation complaint with the Massachusetts Board of Bar Overseers against the first assistant in Norfolk District Attorney's Office. The complaint before the board was summarily dismissed in short order. Laura G. Chow was instead cited for violation of her ethical obligation to provide accurate address information for her practice. Long after separation, she was misrepresenting her address as the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Wow. So who had more grounds for retaliation here? Let's read this one more time. Let's break this down. The sua sponte question was not without context. Laura G. Chow, Dustin's wife, had been an employee of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office prior to the case mentioned above. Not long into her tenure, it became apparent to her supervisors that she required more seasoning and legal experience if she was to succeed in a superior court role. She was offered the chance to gain more trial experience in the district court without any loss of compensation. So I feel like that's weird. That's weird to me. Now, I don't know how these law offices work. I really don't. But it feels like I feel like she's been given an opportunity. This Chow woman, Dustin's wife, was given an opportunity to excel in the district attorney's office by taking on a trial, by having some trial experience, right? Why wouldn't she jump to that? It doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't she jump to that? Why would she choose, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, why would she choose to resign and file a complaint against the district attorney's office? I don't think it would be over that. If they're saying, okay, well, we're gonna pay you anyway, and we just want you to get more seasoned in court, why would she go, oh my God, no, how dare you? This is an attempt to make her look lazy, is what it sounds like to me. So instead, she chose to file an ethics complaint, right? But what it sounds like to me is she threatened, or they got wind that she was going to file this complaint and then offered her something to keep her quiet, a way to move up, a way to establish herself in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and she declined. She declined and went forward with her formal complaint. That's the way it looks to me. I could be wrong, but that's the way it looks to me. That she had this ultimatum, or she was basically offered more or less a bribe. Not an illegal one, but pretty much a bribe, saying, look, if you just forget about all this, we're going to give you an opportunity. We're going to pay you. We're going to compensate you and do right by you. But we need you to get more experience in court. We think that you are a light that has yet to shine. But instead, once we gave her that, instead, she chose to file a complaint. You know, I mean, what an ingrate. That's the way this is wording to me. If I'm Josh Levy and I'm reading this, I'm going, what a fucking asshole. Does this guy did he proofread this to see how it was going to sound to me when I read it? I mean, that's how it's coming off. In short order, Laura G. Chow was instead cited for a violation of her ethical obligation to provide accurate address information for her practice. So because she didn't actually give her address for whatever reason she might have had for that, because we're talking about somebody who works for Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, is known to be married to the assistant at the time, the assistant U.S. attorney, the assistant United States attorney. She's married to him at the time, right? And she provides, instead of her home address, she provides the district attorney's office address for whatever reason. But it seems to me like that was retaliation. Because why would you do that? Why was she cited for something so stupid? Why not? I mean, every other job I've ever had, technically, I could have been fired for that. You lied on your application. We realize that this is not actually your address, and you put the address of your old employer or your current employer in order to get this job. But it's never, hey, you lied on your application on this, so we can't have you, we can't hire you. That was never the case. In situations like that, it was always, well, here, just fix it. We've got a problem with your application. Can you fix it, please? Here you go. Just right there where it says that, we know that that's not your address. So just, why was she cited? That sounds like they were digging deep for any type of technicality that they could find in order to cite her and reprimand her. That's what it sounds like, absolutely, to me, without a doubt. So, in short order, she was instead cited for violation of her ethical obligation to provide accurate address information for her practice. Long after separation, she was misrepresenting her address as the Norfolk DA's office. I mean, maybe she made a mistake. Maybe she was like, oh, shit, oops. I thought you meant, like, where do I work out of? You know what I mean? Like, okay, well, the Norfolk County DA's office, that's the address here, right? Okay, I'm at work. So, but it was asking her where she practiced out of. So, clearly they're just looking for anything. And it goes on to say, I began composing this letter well before the May 17th, 2023 publication of the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General report, which has apparently prompted the resignation of the current United States Attorney of the District of Massachusetts. My attention is drawn to several portions of Section 11, particularly as they pertain to the weaponization of the United States Attorney's Office for personal, political, and retributive purposes. So wait a second. So this letter was, let's see. So this letter was dated May 18th. And here he's saying, I began composing this letter well before the May 17th, 2023 publication of the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General report, which has apparently prompted the resignation of the current United States Attorney of the District of Massachusetts. So that's weird to me. I don't know what this means, but it sounds a lot like dude decided to send this letter once he realized that the United States attorney who he had such a close relationship with has now resigned, and now it's a meet the new boss type situation. So now there's a meet the new boss type situation, and he's freaking out. There's an investigation that he didn't have to worry about before, but now that there's a new boss, he's worried. So the day after the publication and announcement of the acting United States attorney, right after the announcement of that person's resignation, the very next day, this letter gets sent out. And he makes it a point to say, hey, just so you know, I started writing this way before that. I don't want you to think that this is because of the fact that there's a new U.S. attorney. I don't want you to think that. No, I know he's not the Morrisey's boss. I know he's not Morrisey's boss, but they could absolutely conduct an investigation looking into Morrisey, which would mean that he has reason to fear them. So dude is like, just so you know, I don't want anybody thinking that I just decided to write this letter out of fear of the fact that the district attorney or the U.S. attorney that I had all this great relationship with prior, that I just spewed on and on about how great it was, that now they're gone and that there's a new one. I don't want you to think that that has any influence over the fact that I'm sending this letter the very next day after that announcement of their resignation. Not at all. Just so we're clear. I just want to be very clear on that. Okay. My attention drawn to several portions of Section 2, particularly as they pertain to the weaponization of the U.S. Attorney's Office for personal, political, retributive purposes. Will regret the day he did this to you. What? Hayden will regret the day he did this to you. Watch. Page 66. We asked Rollins whether her disclosure was retribution for the wrongs she believed Hayden had committed. Additionally, we determined that days after Hayden prevailed in the September 6th primary election, Rollins sought to damage Hayden's reputation. The evidence demonstrated she used her evidence P70. The evidence demonstrated she used her position as U.S. attorney in an ultimately unsuccessful effort to create the impression publicly that the Department of Justice was or would be investigating Hayden for public corruption. Who the fuck is Hayden? The Department of Justice findings and questions reinforce my belief that the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts must be removed from whatever investigation is being conducted into the Reed matter. I believe that a responsible person could conclude that the same type of tactics are being employed against the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Reed investigation. The outgoing United States Attorney has made no secret of her of her personal animosity towards me, including repeated crude, outlandish personal and professional attacks against me in the media during her time as Suffolk District Attorney. The head of the Public Corruption Unit has raised the specter of personal retaliation for his wife's departure from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. The public has the right to a U.S. Attorney's Office that is fair and unbiased as it executes its responsibilities. weaponizing the United States Attorney's Office to conduct an unprecedented intervention into an open state murder case appears to raise the same concerns outlined in the DOJ's report. Now, everything that I was saying, mind you, this is all coming from Morrisey's letter. This is based on Morrisey's own words. All my speculation is based on this letter that he sent out. Like, I've never seen someone shoot themselves in the foot so many times in an attempt to save their own ass. I submit that the pattern of using the United States Attorney's Office for personal purposes established in report 23071, coupled with the obvious conflict of Assistant United States Attorney Chow, made it impossible to conclude that a fair evaluation of the unprecedented Reid intervention can be conducted by any party within the Massachusetts office. It is impossible to determine how far the tentacles of bias have spread out from the chief of the relevant unit and the titular head of the office. Now, I find that interesting too. If there's all of this bias going on, right? And it's coming from people who would be investigating him and his office, right? Wouldn't he welcome the investigation? Wouldn't he say, well, come on. I mean, come look at it and see for yourself. You'll see that there are personal vendettas against me, and that is exactly why this is going on. You'll see it for yourself. But right here, I mean, because it goes both ways. You know what I mean? If there's an investigation being conducted that is above your head, that is, and you don't have anything to worry about. You have absolutely conducted yourselves in a perfectly ethical manner, right? Why would you be worried? Why would you be worried? As a matter of fact, I would welcome it, especially if I'm making the accusations that I'm making in this letter. I would be like, well, I mean, sure, take a look. You'll see that there's some serious discrepancies taking place from the United States Attorney's Office. You're going to see some serious bias going on here and reasons for this bias. Do your investigations, please, because I don't want to have to deal with this with every single case that I have to deal with. But instead, he concludes this letter by saying, I formally request that an impartial federal official unaffiliated with the U.S. Attorney's Office for Massachusetts review and investigate the steps and actions that are being taken by current members of the Massachusetts office, exploring this apparent bias and whether it is predisposed them to abuse their prosecutorial discretion in this manner. In the unlikely case that an impartial review finds that a Department of Justice investigation into the Karen Reid matter is appropriate, even before the issues at hand have been vetted by the Norfolk Superior Court judge hearing the case, I request that the investigation be reassigned from parties with clearly stated and documented bias against members of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office to attorneys entirely outside of the office of the United States Attorney for Massachusetts. So he's requesting that an outside entity come in and who's unbiased outside of the U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate the steps and actions that are being taken by current members of the Massachusetts office. So he's not asking for an investigation into what they're talking about. He's not saying, hey, come in and do your own investigation. And he's not even saying, hey, get an outside entity to come in and do your own investigation on what I'm talking about or on what you're looking into. He's saying, no, I request that you drop what you're doing because it's unethical, because it's bias, and get an outside entity to look into you looking into me. That's seriously shady. He's not saying, I'm going to repeat that one more time. He's not saying, hey, get an unbiased entity to come in and investigate the investigation into Karen Reed so that you can see for yourself all of these things. He's saying that he wants an unbiased entity to come in and investigate the U.S. Attorney's Office for looking into him, for seeking the Department of Justice on him. He's playing victim. He feels under attack. He's on the defense. He's already on the defense in this letter. Why are you even being on the defense? If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't be on the defense. I shouldn't be getting vibes of being on the defense from you. Why am I getting those vibes from you? Why am I getting vibes of you have something to hide? Now, this one is from the Department of Justice as a response, I believe, dated June 1st. Oh, thank you, Mike. I appreciate the Cash App. I happen to see that come through. Appreciate that. Let me read if there's for a great show again. Thank you. This one says, the Office of Professional Responsibility received your May 18th, 2023 letter requesting that OPR investigate the decision by the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts to subpoena individuals who are witnesses in your pending state prosecution, Commonwealth versus Reed, to testify before the grand jury in an ongoing federal investigation. You stated that the USAO, their investigation is possibly an abusive exercise of power, quote unquote, and likely based only on defendant Karen Reed's specious claims of witness and police misconduct. In addition to an investigation of the United States Attorney's Office investigative decision, you requested that the OPR transfer the United States Attorney's Office pending investigation to another office, quote unquote, without a history of conflict, bias, and abuse of prosecutorial discretion. OPR has jurisdiction to investigate allegations of misconduct involving Department of Justice attorneys that relate to the exercise of their authority to investigate, litigate, or provide legal advice, as well as allegations of misconduct by law enforcement personnel that are related to allegations of attorney misconduct within the jurisdiction of OPR. However, it is the policy of this office to refrain from investigating such issues or allegations if an active investigation is ongoing or litigation is pending. With regard to your request that another office be assigned to the pending grand jury investigation, a matter outside of OPR's jurisdiction, OPR forwarded your complaint to the Executive Office of the United States Attorneys for whatever action it deems appropriate. Further inquiry regarding that issue may be directed to EOUSA General Counsel Jay Macklin. And thank you for advising OPR of your concerns. Now, it says here again, OPR has jurisdiction to investigate allegations of misconduct involving Department of Justice attorneys that relate to the exercise of their authority to investigate, litigate, or provide legal advice, as well as allegations of misconduct by law enforcement personnel that are related to allegations of attorney misconduct within the jurisdiction of OPR. However, it is the policy of this office to refrain from investigating such issues or allegations if an active investigation is ongoing or litigation is pending. That means that they cannot intervene in the Department of Justice in their investigation. It means that they can't do anything while that case is open, while the Department of Justice's grand jury investigation is open, because it is, at least at this point, it is. They cannot intervene. They can't do anything. So, nice try, Morrisey, but you flunked. You just simply fell short, my friend. So now, in a second, I'm going to get to Michael Morrisey's letter directly to Josh Levy, which I have here. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So, this is Michael Morrisey's letter to Josh Levy, dated May 9th, 2023. So this is prior to the letter that was dated May 18th from Michael Morrisey to the Office of Professional Responsibility. All right, so this is to Josh Levy from Michael Morrisey's office. Oh man, sorry guys, I got to take some ibuprofen here because I got a bit of a headache. Says here, I write to follow up on our conversations regarding the issuance of federal grand jury subpoenas to at least 2 witnesses to the Commonwealth's investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. As you know, indictments have issued in Norfolk Superior Court, and the prosecution is ongoing. See Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. As a prosecuting agency, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office has the constitutional duty to provide the defendant with exculpatory evidence. The obligation in Massachusetts to provide exculpatory information pursuant to Brady versus Maryland and its progency means not only the constitutional obligation to disclose exculpatory information, but also the broad obligation under our rules to disclose any facts that would lead to exculpate, I don't even know how to say that word, the defendant, or tend to diminish his or her culpability. in the matter of grand jury investigation. Blah, 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 blah. Under the Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure, mandatory discovery includes all facts of any exculpatory nature and all statements of witnesses. To effectuate our discovery obligations, we are requesting at the earliest possible opportunity discovery of all statements and witnesses. And welcome to Logic, James Forbes. Discovery of all statements of witnesses to the investigation of the death of John O'Keefe and resulting prosecution, including both statements of investigations or investigators and grand jury minutes. The Commonwealth also has the duty at the time we become aware that statements of witnesses exist to notify the defendant of items under Rule 14 that the prosecutor knows to exist but are not within the care, custody, or control of the prosecution, and to provide all information known to the item's location and the identity of the persons processing that item. Again, yeah, that's what I figured. So this is about them not providing what they have to the defense. At least that's what I'm gathering. We appreciate the sensitivity and need for discretion as to any ongoing federal investigation. While we are unaware of the parameters of federal activity, we cannot forego our constitutional state duties. We are willing to file a motion for a protective order under Massachusetts to request limitation of the disclosure of the information to defense counsel only, and decision of such request, of course, is solely within the authority of the Norfolk Superior Court judge. Similarly, we are willing to facilitate the process or to request under federal blah, 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 I don't know, for authorization from federal district court judge from prosecution of the grand jury minutes and related material, if any. Additionally, this office has constitutional and state obligations to provide exculpatory information of which we are aware in all cases, including the exculpatory information relating to all witnesses and or members of the prosecution. This would include any investigations into misconduct related to professional duties. If any such information exists, it is imperative that we learn from it, or we learn of it in a timely manner. In sum, while we appreciate the notification that subpoenas issued, it is imperative that at the earliest opportunity we are able to provide discovery to the defendant. That's interesting. So basically, they're using, I find that really ironic. Now, I don't know, again, I'm not a lawyer, but what that sounds like to me, and it could be my confirmation bias, but what that sounds like to me, honestly, is them using their legal obligation to provide information to the defense. They're using that as an excuse to get the information on what they're investigating, what the Department of Justice is investigating. They're so desperate to know what the Department of Justice and why they are investigating the district attorney's office. They want to know so bad that they're saying, well, in order for us to provide to provide Karen Reed with the rights that she has, like any other American, the right to a fair trial, we have to know what you guys are looking for so that we can meet our requirements legally to the defense and provide Miss Reed with a fair trial, with a fair prosecution. So I find that really funny because I know a lot of you guys are thinking the same thing that I'm thinking right now. Well, why now is it all of a sudden important for them to provide information to the defense when they've been dodging the obligation to provide information to the defense this entire time. But why is this so important? Why is it so important for the Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to provide Yannetti and Jackson with the details of their investigation, or with the details of the investigation looking into them by the Department of Justice? I realize this is all confusing. It's confusing me as I say it. Sorry about that. Why is it so important for the Massachusetts Commonwealth to provide the information that consists of the investigation by the Department of Justice looking into them? Why is it so important for them to provide Karen Reed's defense with that, but not all of the information and all of the evidence that they have in order to prosecute Karen Reed? That they have been filing motions after motions after motions for months and months to get them to get them to cooperate under the smallest, the most minimal standard of the law, the most minimal standard of a prosecutor to as far as ethics go, to provide the defense with what they plan to use to prosecute Karen Reed. That's never been important, but all of a sudden it's important for them to obtain what the Department of Justice is looking into for the purposes of providing this information to the defense in order to be fair, in order to be ethical, in order to provide Karen Reed with a fair prosecution, with a fair trial. I mean, bro, that's just plain shady. Oh, yeah. Welcome, Glass Mama. I'm glad you like it. I love my chat, dude. This is the best chat I've ever had since I started covering this case. So welcome. I'm glad you're here. I hope you enjoy it. So now, moving on to this letter here. This is from Josh Levy to Lynn Belland. It says here, thank you for your letter dated May 9th, 2023. My apologies, which was the letter that we just read. My apologies for the delay in responding, but I have been tied up with transition issues. We understand your office has important discovery obligations in any criminal prosecution. At this juncture, we have no issue with you advising defense counsel about the contact we have had with your office and the information we have shared if you determine such a disclosure is warranted under Massachusetts criminal blah, 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 blah. We are mindful of the important concerns raised in your letters and we'll be back in touch with you as circumstances dictate. So meaning like, yeah, we got your message. Just sit tight. We're still figuring shit out. That's basically the summary of that. So far, basically, if you're looking at all of this, if you're looking at all of this as a whole, if you're looking at all of these letters as a whole and what the overall goal here is and what the overall vibe here is, the overall vibe is, what the fuck? It's the DA's office is sitting around going, what are they looking into? What do they want? Why are they subpoenaing some of our witnesses to the grand jury? Why? What are they looking for? What are they trying to prove? What is their investigation about? And then they're taking these little, very not so subtle attempts to fish for information. And each time Josh Levy is perfectly aware of this, and they're just kind of like, we'll let you know in due time. We'll let you know. Just sit tight. Just relax. Just relax. Sit tight. It's just very funny to me. Is that they're like, so what do you you know, it's like a kid who like totally got into their parents' liquor cabinet, and while their parents were out doing whatever they were doing, and then they come home and the liquor cabinet happens to be in the den, and the kid is like, hey, so did you guys have a good time? Did you guys have fun? Oh yeah? Yeah. Hey, what do you need to go in there for? Oh, you don't want to go in there. You don't need to go in there. What do you want to go in there for? What do you don't need to see? No, you don't need to see anything in there. What are you doing? Are you going in there because you need you lost your glasses? I can go in there and find your glasses for you. You need me to find your glasses for you? That's all that is, dude. That's all that is. They're freaking out. Mom came home and they're scared. They know mom is looking for something. Mom knows that the liquor's missing, right? And mom's taking her sweet time. Mom's like, I'm going to end up having to fucking grill this kid. Hold on. Let me go take a hot bath first. Let me get my mind ready for that. You know, while that kid is freaking the fuck out. That kid is coming up with excuses. That kid is going, I don't know. Well, is it the liquor that I stole? Is it the money out of dad's wallet that I stole 3 months ago? Did they find out about that? Did they find out about you know, did they find out that I baked a cake without mom knowing while she was out of town using her vanilla extract that I wasn't supposed to touch? I wonder. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But meanwhile, mom knows that her kid is a trifling little fucker. Mom knows. And she's just going to sit back, take her bubble bath, drink a glass of wine while the kid freaks out and makes themselves look more guilty later on, so that it's much easier to confront them and prove that their kid is a trifling little shit who is getting into shit that they shouldn't have gotten into. FKR, FTB, thank you so much. Glare is the GOAT. Thanks for taking the time to analyze these letters. Many don't know how to analyze. Truly appreciate it. Dude, I don't know how to analyze. I'm doing the best I can here. I'm just getting, this is just my take on these things. I'm not an attorney. I do not know what these fucking things actually say. I'm just giving you an idea of what my idea of these things are, and that's all. I am not claiming to be an expert in any way, shape, or form. But thank you, FKR, FTB. I appreciate it. Now, so now we've got another letter from Morrisey to Josh Levy. And this one says, this is to follow up on our previous communication dated May 9th, 2023, and your June 12th, 2023 response. On September 15th, 2023, now this is dated, what is this dated? October 12th, 2023. Now this is fun. We're going to get to fun stuff here. On December 15th, 2023, the Norfolk Superior Court set a trial date of March 12th, 2024, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on the indictments for second-degree murder, manslaughter, while operating under the influence and leaving the scene of a personal injury and death. Under the Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure, mandatory discovery includes items and information within the Commonwealth's possession, custody, or control relevant to the case, including statements by the defendant, Karen Reed, statements of persons who testified before a grand jury and grand jury minutes, facts of an exculpatory matter, material and relevant police reports, photographs, tangible objects, reports of physical examinations of any persons, and scientific tests and experiments and statements of person intended to be called as witnesses and disclosure of promises, rewards, or indictments made to witnesses the party intends to present at trial. The Commonwealth also has the duty to notify the defendant of items under rule that are known to exist but are not within its care, custody, or control, and to provide all the information known to the item's location and the identity of the persons processing that item. Okay, so what I'm getting out of that, same analogy, guilty kid, guilty trifling ass little thieving kid, and you got mom and dad who's like, okay, haven't done nothing yet, but I know you did something. I know you did something. Is there anything you want to tell me? Right? Kid's like, listen. Okay. No, there's nothing that I want to tell you. There's nothing that I want to tell you, but did you have a good day today? Hey, mom, I washed the dishes for you because you work so hard. I washed the dishes for you. And I also, I fed the dog and I walked the dog and I cleaned my room. And did you see, mom, come here. Did you, mom, come on, look how clean my room is. Look how clean my room is, mom. This is exactly what's going on here. A little too late. Because mom's been going, hey, clean your room. Actually, no. Actually, let me put it like this. Brother or sister, sibling has been like, clean your room. Please. Clean your side of the room. You haven't cleaned your side of the room. Okay? And I'm tired of getting in trouble. Okay? I can't effectively be in my room and do my homework and concentrate and focus because you're such a slob. All right? And I'm going to tell mom, and mom's going to intervene in this, and mom's going to get pissed at you because you won't clean your room. And now I'm getting I don't have any blah, blah, blah. I don't have any peace and quiet. I don't have a clear space to be able to think and do my homework. But that's a minor thing because what mom's really looking for and what they're really worried about is mom finding out about the missing liquor. So instead, they go, oh, wait. Hey, I cleaned my side of the room. So, you know, if little Susie comes to you and tells you, my sister, that I didn't clean my side of the room, just know my side of the room's clean now. Just saying. My side of the room's clean now. And B, thank you. You should check if your headache is due to a butt period. Grant has weed to help with. Oh my God. Thank you for that, Ann B. Oh yeah, totally. This is all based on my own shit. No doubt about it. All based on my own shit. Yeah, you could tell that my brother was the one who got good grades. Let's see. So it goes on to say, to effectuate our discovery obligations, we are requesting statements to investigators and grand jury minutes of witnesses in your investigation, as well as the extent they may exist. So this is basically the same thing going on here. Of any of the other above described items or materials. So this is basically the same thing. Oh my God, Bob Brown. The Wheel of Fortune landed on you, my friend.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think
Bob Brown, thank you so much, buddy. Bob Brown says, Will, I would hire you and Olivia before any lawyers to defend me if needed. Dude, you're going to jail, homie. You better get a real lawyer. But these super chats, I'm happy to give you legal advice without any I refuse to be liable for any bad advice that you get. So just saying. Just saying. If you go to jail, it's not on me, bro. That's all I'm saying. But if you hire me, you're going to jail, bro. Just saying. Fairy Raven gifted 1 membership. Sorry, excuse me. I wasn't hinting there. I just read it wrong. I did the same thing, typing out a super chat for Brian LTL last night. I was like, congrats on 50K. And my man like only had 15K, and I knew that, and I don't know why I put 50K because I'm stupid. Fairy Raven gifted a membership to Jay Brimmel. Thank you, Fairy Raven. Congrats, Jay Brimmel. Given the impending trial date, prompt disclosure is critically important. So now they're like, dude, hurry up. Come on, we got to know what you're investigating. Hurry up. If there's need for limited disclosure of such items, please include such a request. We are willing, with the appropriate foundation, to file a motion of a protective order under Massachusetts criminal blah, 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 blah. Request limitation of the disclosure of the information to the defense counsel only. Any decision of such request, of course, is solely within the authority of the Norfolk Superior Court judge. Similarly, we are willing to facilitate the process or to request under federal for authorization, blah, 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 from a federal district court judge for production of the grand jury minutes and related material, if any, and to discuss per that rule under the conditions that material may be released for use in the state judicial proceeding. Additionally, this office has constitutional and state obligations to provide exculpatory information, so it says the same thing as the last letter, basically saying, we need to know what you've got on us, and we need to know it fast, because right now they're pissing themselves. This is Michael Morrisey and the district attorney's office of Norfolk County pissing themselves right now because they want to know, and they want to know in a prompt manner, using the excuse that they need to be able to provide this to the defense in Karen Reed's case. They need to be able to provide this, but that's not really why they want it. They're just using that as an excuse because what they want is enough time to be able to clean up their mess. So if they know exactly what they're being investigated for and what the basis of the investigation is, they can go back and clean the shit up. They could send Tully and Proctor back to be like, hey, you fucked this up, go clean it up. So basically that's all this is. They're trying to be able to create a time window between then and when they actually have to stand in, when they actually get charged with a crime. Olivia says, tell us only all the exculpatory information you have for Karen Reed so that we can make sure she doesn't get it. Well, I see, Olivia, I doubt that it's because they want to withhold it from Karen Reed because they're giving it to her as the excuse to obtain it. They're using the legal obligation to actually provide Karen Reed with this information as an excuse to get the information themselves. So I don't know about that. Unless I'm reading it wrong, and you're way smarter than me, so you probably know better. But I think that right, Sleuthy, I think that they're just fishing. I think that they're just fishing for the information. I think that they're scared of charges because they've done so much dirty shit that they don't know what dirty shit to focus on and try to clean up in time before mom comes home. Hey, so mom, so when are you coming home? You're out of town? Okay. Like you got like an ETA because this, I mean, listen, the roads are really icy right now, Mom. And I'm just really worried about your well-being, Mom, I'm just worried about your well-being. That's all. I need to know what time you're coming home because I fixed you a special dinner. I have a special dinner plan and I want it to be hot when you get here. So I need you to tell me what time you're coming home so that I have it ready when you get here, which in reality means I need to know how much time I have to replace the vodka bottles with water because you drew a Sharpie line on the bottle and marked the bottles. That's what. That's all that is. That's all that shit is, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm bored. I miss you. Exactly. I'm bored. I miss you. When are you coming home? Yeah, this is all just, total bullshit. So then, now, let's rewind back to, wait, let me see something here. Okay, here we go. Never mind. We're still on track here. So then we've got November 22nd, 2023. This is Michael Morrisey writing SAC Cohen of the FBI. Special Agent Cohen of the FBI. It was a pleasure to meet you at the state home for the governor's press conference on hate crime enforcement. I wanted to again extend my welcome and best wishes to you in your role in the Boston Special Agents in charge and look forward to working with you in the future. I also wanted to renew this office's offer for your agents to speak to the state police who were involved in the John O'Keefe Canton murder investigation. My first assistant district attorney also mentioned our willingness to talk to the FBI, to the acting U.S. attorney in a recent phone conversation. If you'd like to have your investigators talk to the state police, they can contact, guess who? Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully. So, yeah. So, Mom, okay, I realize, listen, Mom, you don't have to talk to Wally, okay? I got Eddie Haskell right here. All you got to do is ask Eddie Haskell, okay? Eddie Haskell has no reason to lie to you, Mom, okay? All you got to do is just ask Eddie Haskell. I got Eddie Haskell right here. You don't need to ask those other people over there. What are you doing? They don't know nothing. No, come on over here. I got the perfect person for you to talk to. You don't need to talk to them. Talk to my guy. Talk to my guy. We're happy to answer any questions. He can tell you where I was. They can tell you where I was. They absolutely tell you where I was, Mom. I'm going to absolutely tell you that I am not a drinker. Okay? I don't drink other people's liquor. Mom. Okay? Oh, well, so-and-so down the street told me that she caught her daughter drinking with you the other day. What? Don't listen to them. I got Eddie Haskell right here. All you got to do is ask him. What are you talking about? Wow, dude. This is fucking unbelievable. I can't believe this is fucking real life, dude. This is killing me. So this is June 21st, 2023. Michael Morrisey is writing, let's see, General Counselor Jay Macklin, the Executive Office for the United States Attorney. So this is General Counsel Macklin for the United States Attorney. It says here, this is a response to the June 1st, 2023 letter from the OPR regarding the review of conflict of interest. This letter is to inquire about the status of a request for a transfer of investigation due to a conflict of interest. On May 18th, 2023, the Office of Norfolk District Attorney, the Office of the Norfolk District Attorney sent to the Department of Justice Office a professional responsibility, a letter raising concerns to a potential investigation by the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts involving witnesses relating to a pending state criminal matter, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, and the death of John O'Keefe in Canton, Massachusetts on January 29, 2022. This office has subsequently received the June 1st, 2023 letter from Jeffrey Ragsdale, counsel for OPR, reflecting that the extent of that letter indicated that the pending grand jury investigation should be reassigned. The appropriate office to address the request was the Executive Office for United States Attorney. This is to inquire about the status of this request and to provide contact information for any further information you may require. If you have any questions or are looking for any additional information, I may be contacted to set out above. Now, this is fun to me. That's fun to me because that's just, I mean, listen, the OPR had already responded to him and went, hey, listen, there's nothing we can do. If there's an open investigation, we can't intervene. If there's an open investigation from the Department of Justice into your office, there's nothing we can do about it. So thank you for your letter, but there's nothing we can do about it. So you're just going to have to wait. So the fact that he didn't seem to understand this and still felt desperate enough to write them again, man, that seems like if this were a movie and whoever's playing Pass the Gravy in the movie, the dramatization that's taking place is him sitting in his office going like this. Fuck, what do they want? Shit. Fuck. Should I write him again? Gene, get in here. Should I write him again or what? I mean, well, I know that they responded and said that there's nothing they could do, but we still don't know nothing. It's just a matter of time before they come in here with warrants and shit, start looking at our paperwork, start taping together the shredded documents that we got here and everything. I mean, it's just a matter of time. Don't tell me I can't smoke in my own office. All right? I'm scared. Type up another letter and ask them. I know what they said the last time. Just type up another letter and ask them where they're at on that. Please. The fuck do I pay you for? Just do it. Oh, thank you. What is this shit? Fuck it, whatever, send it out. That's what's going on in Michael Morrisey's office. That's how I see it. Straight up. Like, taking a shit, shitting on everybody around him who works under him. So he's trying to figure out who he could blame for a faulty letter being written. I had no knowledge. All the letters have my letterheads on them. Everything that comes out of this office has my letterhead on it. Doesn't mean I sent it. Doesn't mean I wrote it and sent it. Okay? That was Jean. Well, Jean is upset because I didn't give her the vacation days that she asked for a couple of months ago. And of course, it would make sense that she would type up this ridiculous letter after I had already, because it was abundantly clear to me, Levy, that the OPR had already made their position clear. They'd already made their position clear. Why I would write a second letter? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? It didn't even make sense. It was Jean. She's pissed off. She didn't get to go home for Christmas. It's not my fault. We're in the middle of a case. Needed her to work. It was Jean. She had motive. She has my passwords. Get off my back. So here, this is fun. So Lynn Belland gets this letter on August 3rd from the Executive Office for the United States Attorney, the General Counsel, Mr. What's his name? Macklin, Mr. Macklin's office. And it says here, Jay Macklin, it says here, Dear Ms. Belland, this responds to your June 21st, 2023 letter concerning your putative request for a recusal of the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts from the pending state criminal matter, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. As you indicate, the Department of Justice Office of Professional Responsibility informed you that they had referred your May 18th, 2023 letter to my office for whatever action I deem appropriate. Consistent with the terms of the referral from OPR, I contacted acting United States Attorney General, I contacted acting United States Attorney Josh Levy. Based on my understanding from the discussion with USA Levy, his office has a very different opinion of the circumstances in the case than as presented in Mr. Morrisey's letter. Let me read that one more time because I know I screwed it up a bit. Consistent with the terms of the referral from OPR, I contacted acting U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy. Based on my understanding from that discussion with Mr. Levy, his office has a very different opinion of the circumstances in this case than as presented in Mr. Morrisey's letter, meaning they looked at the shit after he claimed the shit and realized they think he's fucking lying. His office has not reached any official determination whether prosecution is warranted, but they believe it is essential to continue their investigation, giving the information of which they are aware. At this time, we see no basis for a recusal in this investigation. Thank you for your contact information and willingness to provide additional information as needed. Sincerely, Jay Macklin, General Counsel. Now, that's fun stuff. That's fun stuff, folks, because they were like, well, listen, I'm just the lawyer, okay? I don't know what's going on, but based on what Levy told me, the stuff that you described as a basis to recuse this investigation, pull out of this investigation, they have a completely different opinion than anything than the picture you painted in the letters that you sent. The obnoxiously repetitive letters that you continue to send people, they seem to have a very different opinion than the way you painted that picture out to be. So at this time, we just don't see any reason to stop investigating. As a matter of fact, we see more of a reason to continue investigating. Now, we haven't reached the conclusion as of yet that charges should be filed against anyone yet, but we're still looking into it. That possibility is absolutely on the table. So, Mom basically put Aunt Jackie on the phone. And Aunt Jackie said, listen, Mom's on her way home. I don't know what you did. I don't know what she's pissed about. But make no mistake, Mom's coming home. She's on her way. I don't know what you got to do, but I suggest you do it. But she's got a plan. She's ready to go. So listen, I'm just telling you, you told her a story. She looked into that story. She doesn't like your version of that story, and she's pissed. And I'm stuck riding in this car all the way home with her. And whatever you got to do, you better fix it because Mom's pissed. That's basically what that letter says. You shouldn't have been slurring your words when you talked to mom and denied stealing her liquor. That's all I'm saying. I'm not in the middle. She put me on the phone because she's too pissed to talk to you. So I'm talking to you. So Jay Macklin is basically Auntie Jackie. Oh, man. But this is where it gets fun, folks, because either right before or right after, and I'm going to guess it's right after this letter was sent to Lynn Belland, the assistant district attorney for Norfolk County, working directly under Michael Morrisey. Well, Michael Morrisey does this. You guys remember this? The timeline is important to note. And thank you, Microdots, for pointing this out. The timeline is important to note. Okay? This is very important to note because right after this letter is received by his office from Josh Levy's offer, from Josh Levy's, I guess, representation, then we get this.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence.
Okay. Now let's break this down because we've heard this before. All of us are familiar with this public statement made by Michael Morrisey, this press release, this video press release made by Michael Morrisey. Anybody who's been following this case is aware of this, but it has a different light shining on it now. It's got a different context now because we've seen these letters. Because as Attorney Melanie Little would say, I submit to you that all of those letters, none of those letters, I should say, actually, say anything in regards to their misconduct in the investigation of Karen Reed. They just say that they're looking into certain things. But they didn't state anything. They stated nothing. They said, hey, well, we're looking into this and we're looking into that. This is why I'm of the opinion that the witnesses, quote unquote, stated by Michael Morrisey that were approached by federal investigators were most likely the investigators who were charged with the responsibility of finding out what happened to John O'Keefe. And I would say those are Tully and Proctor. If I had to guess who those two witnesses were, I'd say they were Tully and Proctor. That's my guess. Now, it's very interesting to me, though, that nowhere in those letters, that this letter A came out like the same time, right at the same time that that final letter was received by his office. And then this press release comes out, and yet he's talking and he's in full-on defense mode about misconduct and a conspiracy taking place in the Karen Reed prosecution. It's fascinating to me because the timing couldn't be more convenient. So here in the contents of none of these letters say anything specifically about a mishandling of this investigation. They don't say anything about that. They just say, hey, we talked to a couple people and we're looking at your office and, we're not at liberty to say exactly why yet. That's basically all they say. But we're looking at you. Right? And then right after this August 3rd letter, Morrisey starts talking about, he starts going on the defense about, because now they're not listening to him anymore. Now these letters are pointless. Writing these letters, they're falling on deaf ears. They're saying, we're not going to fucking tell you shit, dude. Just sit and wait. Sit there, sit in your room and wait for me to come home. I don't want to hear it. Sit in your room and wait for me to come home. But mind you, better believe mom's coming home. And mom's going to want answers. But sit in your room and wait until I get there. Right? And then you got the babysitter, who is us, sitting there going, what did you do, bro? Like, what do you do? I mean, dude, why is she so pissed? Like, and then all of a sudden, the babysitter's the ear. The public is the ear. I don't know what's going on, but I got to tell you something. I didn't do it. There's no way she can't prove that I went into the liquor. Mom thinks that I went into her liquor, but mom never said anything about liquor. But mom thinks I got into her liquor. And the babysitter's like, what? What you mean? What you mean? And the babysitter's just the one person that they get to confide all of this information to and tell their story to, because they have to keep it sharp. They have to keep it sharp before mom gets home. Before mom gets home, and then they got to sit on a fucking stand or sit in front of in a deposition and give a statement. So this is practice. This is practice right here.
However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that his phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Reed's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative.
Who drives the Ford Edge, bro?
Colin Albert didn't commit murder. Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert. These people were not part of a conspiracy and certainly did not commit murder or any crime that night. They have been forthcoming with authority, providing statements, and have not engaged in any cover-up. They are not suspects in any crime. They are merely witnesses in the case. To have them accused of murder is outrageous. To have them harassed.
Dude, he's that fat white guy in the movie, right? He's the fat white guy in the movie that's got a big office and fucking scotch in a custom bottle, you know, sitting up there. And he's like, I just want this to go away. Make this go away. That's him. That's the fat white guy in the movie that just wants it all to go away. Just make it go away, damn it. That's him. You're him. Make it go away. This has to disappear. Do you hear me? I'm not going to lose another election. because of this bullshit. Make this disappear.
And intimidated based on false narratives and accusations is wrong. They are witnesses doing what our justice system asks of them. The autopsy of John O'Keefe was conducted by a forensic pathologist from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The doctor found that the injuries that left John helpless in the cold were not a result of a fight. She further found that the line of abrasions on his arm was consistent with blunt trauma, not an animal attack.
Come on, man.
A grand jury of everyday citizens heard the documented evidence and testimony before making a decision. The subject of that murder indictment enjoys the constitutional presumption of innocence. Why should the witnesses who have committed no crime be afforded less by members of the community? They should not be harassed for telling the government what they heard or saw. I'm asking the Canton community and everyone who feels invested.
See how that's twisted right there? They're not being harassed to not say what they heard or saw. That's not what's happening. They're being pressured. Okay. They're being pressured. They have been pressured to actually speak, to say what they saw, not the other way around. Knock that shit off, Pass the Gravy. Knock that shit off because we're not falling for it. Turtle Boy was not sticking cameras in your face going, if you dare go in front of a jury and say these things, we're coming after you. No. Turtle Boy was like, listen, until you fucking speak up and start telling the truth, you're going to keep hearing from me. I'm not going away. You are not going to make me disappear. I'm not just going to go away. I know what the truth is. I know you people know something. So speak up. That's what's taken place. Not the other way around. This dude's trying to say that members of the public, aka Turtle Boy, is pressuring them into not speaking or testifying. No, we want them to testify. We want them to sit on the stand and talk to a jury. We want them to be cross-examined or called to the stand by Yannetti and or Jackson. We want the truth. We're not trying to stifle anybody. The only people trying to shut anybody up here is you, dude. You. You're the only one trying to shut anybody up in all this. Nobody else here is trying to shut anybody up. I mean, there's nothing about anything that Turtle Boy has been charged for as far as intimidating witnesses, quote unquote, as far as intimidating witnesses where he is intimidating them to not speak. At no point has he intimidated anyone to not speak. At no point is anyone here trying to intimidate anyone to not speak. We want them to speak. We want them put on a stand in front of a jury and explain to them. I want to see Jennifer McCabe explain to a jury why she deleted all of her phone calls. I want her to explain to a jury why she Googled "How long to die in the cold." I don't want her to be quiet. I want to hear what the fuck she has to say. I don't give a shit about anything else. I want to hear these people. I want to hear Proctor sit on the stand and explain how he actually obtained those pieces of taillight, how he explained the trooper dust. That's what I want to know. I want him to explain to me the magic of being a taillight fairy. What comes with the job of being the taillight fairy? How do you get that job? Who do you answer to? I want him to sit on a stand and have to explain to a jury based on the questions that are going to be asked by anyone other than someone from his office. I can't wait for that. So, I don't know what the fuck this dude's talking about.
In this case, to hear all the actual evidence at trial before assigning guilt to people who have done nothing wrong. And certainly before taking it upon yourself to harass citizens who evidence shows have done nothing in this matter but come forward and bear witness. We try people in the court and not on the internet for a reason. The internet has no rules of evidence. The internet has no punishment for perjury.
I mean, that's true. But I mean, credibility is an issue. You think I want to sit up here? You think I thought it would be a fun idea to just sit up here and start throwing accusations at cops and DAs? Like, are you fucking kidding me with that, dude? Like, you think that I think that would have been a good idea to grow my channel? Do you really believe that? No. The answer is no. No fucking way. Why do you think there are so many creators right now who aren't even touching this case? Because make no mistake that this case, if a trial ends up happening, everybody's going to cover it. Everybody who's been too afraid, every single YouTuber and every single podcaster that's been too afraid to touch this case, every single one of them, they're going to be covering this trial. All of those with their 100,000 subscribers or more who are playing it safe now, once this trial starts, you will see them come out of the woodwork and they will start covering this trial. Because if it's left up to questions, it's bad for their channel. It's bad for their public image to ask these questions until you got enough of you guys asking these questions and saying, I think Karen Reed is innocent, or saying, I think that or at least saying, I think that the investigation that led up to her prosecution, that led up to her arrest, is faulty. At least saying that. But that's a bad look. That's a bad look for a YouTuber with 100,000 subscribers or more. It's a bad look for them. I mean, that's just the facts. That's just the facts. But nobody here is sitting there just I mean, that's an image killer right there. There's no way that I would sit up here and say the things that I've been saying unless I believe them with my entire heart. There is no way that I would be saying the things that I'm saying or insinuating the things that I'm insinuating. There's no way I would do that unless I absolutely believed it. I'm not doing this for clicks and views. In a way I am, because I want people to ask questions. Every time that I see my numbers grow as I talk about this case, every time I see that, I see it as a win, not because so much that my channel's growing and yay, good for me, but because I'm reaching people. People are now listening. That's more people that are listening. That's more people that are becoming less and less scared to ask the right questions against people that they have good reason to be afraid of. At any given moment, I could be proven wrong. At any given moment, I could be proven wrong. They could pull out some fucking thing. Karen Reed could plead guilty and write out this whole confession, and then it all makes sense. And then I'm finished. I'm done. I put all my eggs in this basket. This is not the first time I've done that. I would never put all my eggs in one basket unless I firmly, truly believed in what I was talking about and the things that I was saying. And if I didn't have absolute conviction behind the things that I'm saying. So for me to sit here and you know, for you to, Morrisey, to make this accusation and make this lump me up or anybody else like Sleuthy Goosey or Olivia, who's going to risk their entire credibility and presence on the internet on just baseless, crazy theories, that's insulting. Now, some people do that shit. It happens all the time on the internet, for sure. Nobody's denying that, but that does not apply in this case, because there are so many of us who are absolutely basing our opinions on your investigations. That's what I'm basing my opinion on. I'm not basing my opinion on what Turtle Boy says. I've based none of my opinions on the things that Turtle Boy has said. I base my opinions on what is put out there as evidence by your investigators. Nobody else's. Nobody else's evidence. Your evidence. What's up, Brother Preach? Haven't seen you in a minute, dude. I mean, there's no way I would sit here. And I mean, I've been doing this 5 years now, something like that. There's no way that I would put the reputation that I've built for myself in this community on the line and put all my eggs into one basket that could absolutely destroy me unless I believed 150% without a shadow of a doubt that Karen Reed should be found innocent based on their investigations. Now, again, I don't know what happened inside 34 Fairview. I have no idea. All I know is all the evidence that they collected led me to the conclusion, which is, again, the Streisand effect, led me to the conclusion that Karen Reed did not do this. And that's how bad their investigation was conducted. Because what if she did? What if she did do it? The reason why the Department of Justice is looking into your office is because you are not providing the people with justice. You are failing to provide John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer, and his loved ones justice. You are failing to provide that. But you're also failing to provide the American people with justice. Anybody who has had a police officer in their family or a good friend who was a police officer who died, whether it be in the line of duty or not, you're insulting them. You owe those people justice. Anybody who takes the death of a Boston police officer personally in any way, shape, or form are owed justice. That's what you're being investigated for, is failing to provide justice. And if you fail to provide justice, if you fail to, I mean, you're cheating. You're skimming points. You know what I mean? You're cheating. That's not justice. That's why the justice system works the way it does. You are under a legal obligation, under oath. You are under an obligation to provide the people of the United States, well, specifically the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You are obligated to provide them justice, and justice can only be found if you are treating the person that you're accusing fairly. If there's no dirty shit going on, you don't have any refs in your pocket, if the home team is playing an outside team at home, those fans at home, they don't want to win like that. They want to win because they know that their team is the better team. They want to know that Tom Brady is the best quarterback. I know I'm using an old analogy here, but I'm saying these people of Massachusetts, they wanted to believe that Tom Brady was the best quarterback, that Bill Belichick is the best coach. That's what they want. They're not going to take the W if they cheated. You think when Bill Belichick got caught fucking looking at other teams' plays or something like that, I forgot what it was. It was years ago. You think that didn't break certain people's hearts in New England? Because here they were thinking, man, the Patriots are the greatest football team of all time. Unstoppable. Unstoppable. And then when they found out that Bill Belichick was doing dirty shit, you don't think that broke people's hearts? That's not how you win. There's an honor system. Oh yeah, Deflategate too. Yeah, there's an honor system, man. And the reason why they're pissed is because, I mean, even that other team, as much as you hate that other team, you want to know that you won because you were better than the other team. If Karen Reed is absolutely guilty, people want to know. It is sketchy. That's true. It's very sketchy. But I'm just trying to do the best I can here. Bear with me. But people want, I mean, think about that. People want to know if they believe Karen Reed to be guilty, they want to know. You owe it to them. You owe it to those people who believe that Karen Reed is guilty. You want them to know that it's because Karen Reed was absolutely guilty. You prove to them that she was the dirty player, that she was the losing team. And you gave her every opportunity to win. But just like you can't escape the fact that you're not the better team, you cannot escape the fact that you are guilty of a crime. You cannot escape the fact that you're guilty of a crime. That is why you are obligated to provide proof beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning there could be left no doubt that Karen Reed is absolutely guilty. You not only fail to provide that, but you went above and beyond going the opposite of that. You went above and beyond saying straight up, like, there's no investigation here. Every aspect of this investigation has been shady. And there's so much shady shit in this investigation that even the stuff that's not shady is left up to question. Now all of the up and up stuff that you're doing is making people side eye and go, oh man, I don't know. I mean, if he's capable of doing this dirty shit, how am I supposed to take how am I supposed to not take that with a grain of salt? The fact that you're willing to even move forward with this prosecution after the Department of Justice is investigating your investigation is incredible. I mean, that right there is shady. That right there looks dirty. The fact that you're dealing with this investigation into your investigation with deflections and misdirection, that is shady. The fact that you're not just willing to sit there and be like, well, okay, I mean, I don't know why you're investigating me, but knock yourself out. I mean, think about that. Like, if somebody is going to sit there, like in an interrogation room, who wasn't smart enough to lawyer up, right? And they're sitting there and they're going and they're lying, and you know that they're lying. Anything that they say that happens to be the truth in that interrogation, you're going to look at it as a spectator and be like, well, and I say that because, you know, we watch a lot of interrogations in the true crime community. I'm saying you're going to look at that interrogation straight up like, okay, well, that person's guilty. Why is it so hard to do that when it's a DA's office or cops? Dirty cops exist. A district attorney is a politician. Dirty politicians exist. It's not so far-fetched. It's not so hard to believe. The fact that the most articulate mind that you can come up with to defend this asshole and his methods of investigation and prosecution, the best mind that you have talking for you in that sense is what? Jennifer Coffendorfer? Second best is what? Plevin? Coffendorfer can even get any of the facts straight. It's as if she's never even read a court document involving this case, but sits on a panel of experts as though she's an expert. And then you have Plevin, who's going with math and saying that the probability of this, that's his best argument. Plevin's best argument is probabilities. The probability that a DA's office is dirty is this number versus that number. And he didn't even come up with that in a sound fashion. He came up with those numbers out of his ass. And you got him teaming up with Grant bloody asshole Ellis, who the only thing about him is he just throws out a bunch of word salad. He's got a vocabulary. He's got a strong vocabulary. But the motherfucker didn't even know that there was such a thing as client attorney privilege, confidentiality. He didn't even know that was a thing. Because he's sitting there trying to sound intelligent, and then says something as stupid as, you cannot tell your lawyer cannot protect you once you admit that you are guilty to your lawyer. That's insane. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. Dude, I learned that was true from Matlock staying home sick from school when I was fucking 14. I learned about attorney-client privilege from Matlock, bro. And I never stayed awake through one episode. It would never happen. That was nap time right there. Halfway through Matlock, I'm done. Out, gone, done. I'm asleep. NyQuil kicks in, I'm asleep. And yet I still know about attorney-client privilege. It's mind-blowing. And these are the people that are speaking on Morrisey's behalf in the public. Literally everybody that I know that has any common sense has at least been like, I have questions. I've had tons and tons of questions. Not all of them has said Karen Reed is innocent. That's true. Hell, I'm not even saying that. I believe that she's innocent, but I also am somebody who I understand that this hasn't gone to trial yet. I don't know what's going to come out in trial. That's the one thing I agree with Plevin on. He keeps saying, well, we don't know what the prosecution has yet. They haven't presented their case yet. But the thing is it really so difficult to come to the conclusion that they don't even have a case based on all of the evidence that we've already been made aware of? Who the fuck did they plan on putting on the stand? Since all of the witness statements contradict each other. Who do they plan on putting on the stand? Oh, yeah, the letters. I can't wait to see what Coffendorfer says. Hold on a second. Sorry. All right. Give me 1 second here, guys. I gotta pull something else up. Speaking of which, let me finish this guy's bullshit while I do that.
And the internet does not know all the facts. Conspiracy theories are not evidence. The idea that multiple police department, EMTs, fire personnel, the medical examiner, and prosecuting agencies are joined in or taken in by a vast conspiracy should be seen for what it is, completely contrary to the evidence and a desperate attempt to reassign guilt.
It's not completely contrary to the evidence. It's exactly what the evidence dictates. It's exactly what the evidence that you collected and plan to present dictates. That's why this is so bizarre.
Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, being accused of planting evidence outside 34
Oh, here's my favorite part.
Was never at Fairview Road on the day of the incident.
Lie.
Proctor and his state police partner traveled together the entire day while other officers were processing 34 Fairview. Trooper Proctor was not there and did not plant evidence at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay.
In addition to having no opportunity to plant the evidence, as has been suggested,
No.
Proctor would have no motive to do so.
No motive
Trooper
to do so.
Proctor had no close personal relationship with any of the parties involved in the investigation and had no conflict.
Bullshit.
And he had no reason to
We
step
know
out
that's
of this
bullshit.
investigation.
We know that's a
Every
lie.
suggestion to the contrary is a lie. This should be seen for what it is and not used as a pretext to attack and harass others. What is happening to the witnesses, some with no actual involvement in the case, is wrong. It is contrary to the American values of fairness and the constitutional value of a fair trial. It needs to stop now. I am releasing this recorded statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court. But the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
Needs to stop. You cocksucker. It needs to stop. And let's hear what Boston 25 has to say about these letters real quick.
Investigation federal probe. Late this afternoon, investigative reporter Ted Daniel obtained letters between the Norfolk District Attorney, Michael Morrisey's office, and various federal agencies.
There are 8 letters spanning about 10 months of communications between the Norfolk DA's office and federal authorities. There's nothing in the letters that speaks directly to Karen Reed's guilt or innocence, but as late as August, the feds told the DA's office they were still determining if anyone should be prosecuted. And at that time, the feds were still moving firmly ahead with their probe. The first letter is dated May 9th. It's from the Norfolk DA's office to the U.S. Attorney's office in Boston. At the time, the DA's office knew that 2 people connected to the Karen Reed case had received subpoenas for a federal grand jury.
Proctor
the
and
DA's office
Tully.
essentially wants to know what it's all about and reminds the U.S. Attorney's office it needs to share its findings if those findings impact the state prosecution of Reed. The second letter, just about a week later, and we've reported on this one before. It's from DA Michael Morrisey to the Department of Justice's Office of Professional Responsibility in Washington. Morrisey requests that the federal investigation be moved out of Massachusetts, citing conflicts. He reveals that acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy contacted the DA's office weeks earlier to say the feds were conducting an investigation that may involve a number of witnesses in the Karen Reed case. DA Morrisey tells the feds there is no evidence of corruption, and he accuses former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins of weaponizing the United States Attorney's Office to conduct an unprecedented intervention into an open state murder case. The Department of Justice Office of Professional Responsibility responds on June 1st. The letter just says they received Morrisey's complaint and they are forwarded.
I would, as Melanie Little would say, I would submit to you that this level of negligence, okay, I'm going to be nice and say negligence. This level of negligence is unprecedented in a murder investigation of a police officer.
Forwarding it higher up the chain. That takes us to June 12th. Acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy tells the Norfolk DA's office that the feds have no issue with the DA's office telling Karen Reed's legal team about their communication. Levy says, "We will be back in touch with you as circumstances dictate." And in August, that office told the Norfolk DA it was essential to continue their investigation given what they knew. And they denied the request for a recusal, saying acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy has a, quote, very different opinion of the circumstances in this case than as presented in Mr. Morrisey's letter. There is no mention of anyone being a target of the federal probe or if the federal investigation spans beyond the scope of the Karen Reed case. For 25 Investigates, I'm Ted Daniel.
Right now, when you buy one window or patio door, get one at 40% off. Plus, there's no money down, no payments for 12 months, and no interest for 12 months.
I just love Morrisey's shit. This is just so much fun to me. So
issue that I'm releasing this quoted statement rather than holding a news conference because my remarks need to be so narrowly tailored to the issue at hand while the prosecution is pending in Superior Court. But the message is the same. What is happening to these innocent people, these witnesses, is wrong and it needs to stop.
Okay, I'm done. So let's talk about Coffindoffer here. So Coffindoffer posted this, which I thought was really funny. Let's take a look at this real quick. So Michael Morrisey's office, she has this letter. And she thinks that this somehow exonerates. This is after the letters are released. So she puts this letter up. And she's like, and this is to the special agent in charge of the FBI investigation. It was a pleasure to meet you at the State House for the governor's press conference on hate crime enforcement. I wanted again to extend my welcome and best wishes to you in your role in the Boston's special agent in charge and look forward to working with you in the future. I also wanted to renew the office's offer for your agents to speak to the state police who were involved in the John O'Keefe Canton murder investigation. My first, now remember, this is November 22nd. This is after everything. So now they're willing to talk to the feds. My first assistant district attorney also mentioned our willingness to talk to the FBI, to the acting U.S. attorney, and the recent phone conversation. If you would like to have your investigators talk to the state police, they can contact Detective Tully. So for some reason, hold on, that gets another. Yeah, so for some reason, Coffindoffer thinks that's a good look. Some reason Coffindoffer thinks that's a good look to post that. Like, bam, Coffindoffer's like, booyah, they're willing to talk to the FBI, y'all. No, bro. That shit was in November. That shit was just like, dude, that was like, we're in January of the following year. That's 2 months ago. 2 months ago. And now they're talking about cooperating with the FBI. And now we're supposed to look at that as a whoo, take that. Oh, Coffindoffer, stop. Just stop. Like you're just killing yourself right now with this. Like you're killing your image. You're just killing your image. I mean, it's already pretty dead, but for you to like tweet that as some sort of like, booyah, gotcha. No, dude. No. And like, I love that she posted that herself. And that's the very one where at the end it says, if there's anybody that you want to talk to, it's Brian Tully. You want to talk to Mr. Tully, Detective Tully. Like, yeah. That's the ticket. That's the guy you want to talk to. No. You don't need to talk to nobody else. Just contact Detective Tully. Tully. Okay. The one in charge of the other shady case that took place 2 years ago, Sandra Birchmore, the one in charge of that investigation, or has got his name at least slapped all over it. Yeah, you want to talk to that guy. You also want to talk to the guy who has nothing to do with the Turtle Boy charges, but made sure to be there when they seized his electronics and put him in handcuffs in front of his children. That's the guy you want to talk to. The guy who made it a point to be there, who you are claiming is a victim of witness harassment, and yet you sent his ass over there to arrest Turtle Boy in person directly. You wanted him to be the one to slap the handcuffs on Turtle Boy, since he's trying to shut everybody up, right? Since they're so afraid of Turtle Boy and his intimidation tactics, right? I mean, dude, let's get real, bro. Let's get real, dude. Stop it. Coffindoffer, stop it. Like, I can't wait till the next time she's on court TV. Like, I can't wait. I can't wait till the next time she's on court TV talking about this case. I can't wait for it. I'm so looking forward to it. Killing me, dude. Yeah, she blocked me too. I had to take a screenshot, but yeah, she blocked me too. Oh yeah, there was one more thing. Hold on. So, okay, so Sleuthy sent me this. Let me bring this up. Now, this is from somebody named Natalie, and it says that Stephen Scanlon told us the whole story of what happened to John, and when we asked him to sign an affidavit, he disappeared. Huh. And then, according to this, because again, this is third or fourth person here. Colin and Brian beat up John, broke his nose, and knocked him out. A couple hours later, John was convulsing and vomiting everywhere. Brian and Higgins waited until 3 or 4 a.m. and placed John at the edge of the property. He told us this 2 days after John died. He said John fell backwards when he became unconscious and split his head open. Now, I do apologize for the graphic nature of that. But let me see also. Let me see something else here. What's his name? Stephen Scanlon. Who is Stephen Scanlon? Okay, it doesn't say anything here except he doesn't have any check marks next to his name. See, I don't know who Stephen Scanlon is. Let me take a look here at and I'm trying to look at the documents to see if his name pops up here. But this is one aspect of the investigation that I'm not aware of, is this Stephen Scanlon's person, and I want to know his credibility. And I don't want to know exactly who this Natalie person is. But okay, never mind. Let me just move on here. Okay, so Stephen Scanlon is a whistleblower, I guess, who went to Yannetti to tell him what he heard. So he went to Yannetti, told him what happened, and he went to the house, but refused to sign an affidavit. But nobody signed their witness statements. Nobody signed their witness statements, which is interesting. Which is another reason why we want them to take the stand. We're not trying to shut them up. We want them to take the stand. We want them to answer for their statements. I want answers for Jen McKay's statements. I want answers as to why, at least, and I want to hear it from Nicole Albert. I want answers as to why Nicole Albert thinks that anybody would believe that she was sleeping through the entire commotion that was taking place in front of her property or on her property when first responders showed up to get and deal with John O'Keefe. I want to know why she thinks that we're all stupid enough to believe that. I'd love to hear her tell a jury this. This is not me trying to shut her up. I want to hear it. I want to know. Why do you think so many people are hoping for this to go to trial? People want this to go to trial because they want answers. So, what else am I looking at here? All right. So I got a request also to review this video. Well, it's live right now, so I'm not going to do that. But I'm glad that he's talking about this. Again, I knew that this would happen, that bigger creators are going to come forward and start talking, are going to come over and start talking about this case when it's more safe. Okay. And this is not a jab at Lawyer but Lawyer is one of those bigger creators, and he's got an image to uphold, so he's going to be careful about the stuff that he addresses. And now it's getting to a point to where these questions, that it is undeniable that these questions need to be asked. Now, ever since the most recent Karen Reed hearing, the last two most recent Karen Reed hearings have taken place, it has become undeniable that certain questions need to be asked. Okay. And so now Lawyer is covering it, which is good, because again, we need attorneys with YouTube channels with credibility to break these things down. Yeah, that's going to happen. Don't be bitter about it. That's going to happen. And I'm still going to be here with my amount of subscribers, and I'm going to get lost and forgotten about and all of that when this happens. And I'm okay with that. I understand how that works. Because again, I'm not here for that. I am here to help. I'm here to help perpetuate the buzz that gets people asking questions. That is all I'm here to do. Okay. Like any other case, once this takes place, and once this case is over, I'll be discussing other things, and the cycle will continue, and I will be my uncensored self as usual, covering these things and being the foul-mouthed, lovable, anti-establishment YouTuber that I've always been. And these bigger channels will take this on, and then they will get the attention of the public, which is exactly what we want, what we've wanted. So it's a win. The fact that these larger creators are going to jump all over this and start talking about it will be a win. But it was a predictable thing for this to happen, because this is the purpose of all of us stirring these things up and talking about them and talking about them and talking about them. The purpose of the Canton 9 doing what they were doing. The purpose of all of you that are local, that stand in front of the courthouse with your free Karen Reed t-shirts, sweaters, and signs. The purpose of all of you guys doing what you've been doing was for this. Make no mistake, it was for this. It was for these people with larger platforms to start shedding a brighter and bigger light on this issue. It is a win, folks. Okay? It is not a popularity contest. It is a win for Court TV to be talking about it and shifting their perspective. It is a win for it was the same thing. Like I go after tragedy pimps, man. When Zav Girl posted and put behind a paywall pictures of a minor's autopsy photos, a case that I was very passionate about, when Brian Enton from News Nation called her out, that was a win, because it made a lot of people pissed off. He shined a lot of negative light on her. Clubber, come on, get away from there, buddy. He shined a lot of negative light on her for that. Almost destroyed her channel. Now, I don't care if her channel's destroyed or not. It seems like she's doing well, but seems like she checked herself. So the fact that she's now not doing the same nefarious shit with her channel just for clicks and views that she was doing before, just for money, that's a win. That's all I wanted. I wasn't looking to destroy her. I'm not looking to destroy Bullhorn Betty. I'm not looking to destroy Jonathan Lee Riches. All I do is take the things that they do and put it out there for what it actually is. I take their own words, their own content, and I show you what it actually is. And then you do what you want with it. Simple. It is not a popularity contest. I'm not trying to gain that person's subscribers. I'm not trying to do any of that. I don't care about that. All I care about is that people have a higher standard for the information that they get. This is not this drama that takes place in true crime cases. And I'm not talking about YouTube drama. I'm talking about drama that takes place in true crime cases about like who's fucking who and who's doing this and who's doing that. That, you know, the neighbor who is having an affair with this person and blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff, it makes these crime cases more entertaining. But the problem with that is when you focus on those things and you focus on the entertainment aspect of these true crime cases, well, then what happens is people start to make things up. When there's not enough of these dramatic situations that are taking place in these true crime cases, they start to make these things up. And then they start telling lies about real people who are actually affected by these crime cases. Real people. That's a scary, sad thing. The lady called in saying it was a town of swingers. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to shut down the swinger theory. Too many dudes. First of all, for that to have been at 34 Fairview on the night of January 28th into the morning of January 29th, that this was a swinger party, too much of a sausage party. It's not a swinger party. It's too much sausage there. Not a swinger party. Now, do I suspect that it was a possible cocaine party? That cocaine was possibly the life of that party? Yeah. Yeah. I'm totally going to lean in that direction. But a swinger party, no. No. You don't see cocaine at swinger parties anymore, bro. This isn't 1972. Dudes get coke dick. They can't perform. I mean, it's just, it's not a thing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. I'm shutting down the swinger theory right now. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say there's cocaine. I mean, just based on the witness statements that weren't signed, why the fuck was everybody staring out the window the whole time? Again, I submit to you that the only kind of party where everybody's staring out the window is a cocaine party. Okay? Just saying. Just saying. This is my impression of a cocaine party. Dude, get away from the window, bro. Get the fuck away from the move, dude. Hold on, what are you looking at? That's a cocaine party. Totally a cocaine party. Yeah, so I'm not, yeah, I don't know what okay, so I think he's done here. I just don't want to snipe his live stream. you know. But I do want to get his opinion. I want to go over it. Lawyer reacts. All right, hold on. All right, let's get to. I'm gonna just get to it, bro. You guys see? You guys see how pretty this dude is, bro? Like, listen, I'm a straight man, but I'm secure enough in my masculinity to where, dude, when a dude is pretty, bro, like, I mean, look at this guy, bro. Look at this dude, bro. This guy is a fucking Neil Diamond song incarnate. Look at how sexy this dude is, bro. I can see the ladies loving this guy. He's got brains and looks. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Letters to review from May 9th of 2023 to November 22nd of 2023, I believe, are the date ranges of the letters. We are going to read through them together today, and I'm going to bring my dad on, and we are going to break down each letter, what it says, what it means, and how unusual this is, and how it makes each party look. Dad, when you were reading the letters, what's kind of your overall thought of having a back and forth like this? Were you surprised to see it, or is it pretty much what you expected?
I am surprised to see it only in it's unusual. District attorneys don't usually write letters like this. They don't say things like this. District attorneys also know that it's almost a total waste of time. So yeah, it's unusual for this to happen, but the U.S. Attorney's Office is doing exactly what I've expected them to do.
Yeah, and there were some things that were surprising, other things that weren't. I'll save it for when we actually go through the letters.
Look
because
at y'all, like,
when you get in a situation like this,
not my type, not my type, not my type, bro. Like, yeah, I mean, like, why are you trying to take away from the dude's fucking looks, bro? Like, the dude is good looking.
There are some
I didn't ask you if he was your type. Jesus Christ, I'm not sitting here asking if you bone the guy. I'm saying, like, just acknowledge the fact that the dude is good looking. You can't deny it. Look at him.
Right? Like, so you assume, and based on our last video, the U.S. attorney is obviously a higher position, higher authority than the state attorney, but there are certain jurisdictions where the state attorney's been around a while. The U.S. attorney either hasn't or is on their way out or is brand new, where the U.S. attorney can have a little more weight to throw. I'm sorry, the state attorney sometimes can have a little more weight to throw around than the U.S. attorney, depending on the jurisdiction. Although unusual, it can happen. And it seems like maybe that's something in the background here that this district attorney thought he had the upper hand on the U.S. attorney that I believe was on her way out, right?
Right.
All right. So let's pull up these letters now. I can never remember what the best view is with two boxes. Let me see. And I'm going to try to do them in date order. A bunch of people sent me these, so thank you to everybody that sent these over to me. Here we go. All right. So we are going to zoom in a little, and I'm going to start with, they go to January 12th, I should say, of 2024 was the most recent one. But we're not going to start with this one. We are going to start with May 9th, which is, I believe, the first letter. May 9th, 2023 is the first date I have. We can figure it out as we go if I'm wrong and correct those dates. So we're going to read through these, see what we can find out, see what we can learn from these letters. All right, this is from the Commonwealth, Michael Morrisey, who is the DA.
So the guy takes pride in his appearance, bro. Why are you all hating on this dude? Like, chill.
This is to Joshua Levy, first assistant U.S. attorney. Do you want to talk about what the first assistant is? I guess let me get background. Anybody that's new to the channel, we're lawyers in Florida. I mostly practice civil litigation.
Bro. Talking about Vaseline in his hair. Dude, the guy fucking uses hair products. So what? He's got hair, bro.
Civil trial lawyer. I've done some criminal in my past. My dad basically only done criminal, was a former state attorney, former U.S. attorney, former chief assistant U.S. attorney in charge of the criminal division who would handle things like this if it was going on in the criminal division of the U.S. attorney's office in the Middle District of Florida. Now,
okay. Now, as far as resumes go, as far as who's qualified. Now, hold on. I gotta like do this because make sure. Do me a favor, guys, because I feel guilty because this is a good dude, man. Like he's a really insightful creator because he's an attorney. Please run over there. I'm putting the link in chat. So just click on the link in the chat and give his video a like at the very least. Please do that for me. Because he just wrapped up the live and I feel kind of bad, but I think it's important to those of you who weren't watching. Make sure to watch it when I'm done here. But at the very least, run over there and give it a like. If you're gonna, those of you who won't smash the like. Okay, at least do that. Okay, but listen to his dad's resume here, bro. Like this is, there's nobody more qualified that I've ever heard that should be reviewing these letters.
Now, obviously, Morrisey. Let's see what we can learn from these letters. All right, this is from the Commonwealth. Michael Morrisey.
Hold on.
I can never remember what the best view is with 2 boxes.
Now pay attention.
And I'm going to try to do them in date order. A bunch of people sent me these. So
pay attention to his dad, right? And what his dad, the resume his dad's got.
Thank you to everybody that sent these over to me. Here we go. All right, so we are going to zoom in a little. And I'm going to start with, they go to January 12th, I should say, of 2024 was the most recent one. But we're not going to start with this one. We are going to start with May 9th, which is, I believe, the first letter. May 9th, 2023 is the first date I have. We can figure it out as we go if I'm wrong and correct those dates. So we're going to read through these, see what we can find out, see what we can learn from these letters. All right, this is from the Commonwealth, Michael Morrisey, who is the DA. This is to Joshua Levy.
Hold on.
Levy, first assistant U.S. attorney. Do you want to talk about what the first assistant is? I guess let me get background. Anybody that's new to the channel.
Okay, here's his background. Listen to this dude's listen to his dad's resume, dude. This is very, very impressive.
We're lawyers in Florida. I mostly practice civil litigation, civil trial lawyer. I've done some criminal in my past. My dad's basically only done criminal, was a former state attorney, former U.S. attorney, former chief assistant U.S. attorney in charge of the criminal division who would handle things like this if it was going on in the criminal division of the U.S. attorney's office in the Middle District of Florida. Now, obviously, private criminal defense attorney for the last 30 years. Do you want to explain who the first assistant would be in most?
So I don't know if you caught all that, but think about that for a second. This dude, this gentleman, I should say, he is absolutely perfectly qualified, beyond qualified to review these letters. Okay. He's the guy that they would have to answer to. The people who Morrisey is calling out, the people who are investigating Michael Morrisey's office, he's the guy that they would have to answer to. He had that role at one point. Okay. He had that role at one point where, okay, is this investigation into the investigation unmerited? Okay, well, the guy that if this was happening on his watch, he's the guy that's going to look into it and go, either good job, this needs to get done, or what the fuck are you doing? So, yeah.
In charge of the criminal division who would handle things like this if it was going on in the criminal division of the U.S. attorney's office in the Middle District of Florida. Now, obviously, private criminal defense attorney for the last 30 years. Do you want to explain who the first assistant would be in most U.S. attorney's office?
Wow.
First assistant is what most people also call the chief assistant. You have the U.S. attorney, and right under him, first assistant. He basically runs the day-to-day operations. Now, interestingly enough, as we're going to see, Jason Levy is first assistant, but it's also not unusual. Apparently, the U.S. attorney gets removed from office there. Jason Levy then becomes the acting U.S. attorney. You'll see him signed, and you'll see his name that way in other letters. And so it's not unusual for the first assistant to be promoted as an acting U.S. attorney when the U.S. attorney is absent, and that's what happened here.
And you'll see a lot of assistant U.S. attorney. Oh, my dad just left the room. He'll probably be back, hopefully. So whatever you clicked, Dad, don't click that again because it removed you from the thing. So you'll see a lot of assistant U.S. attorney, assistant district attorney. There are a ton of line assistants, right? Depending on the jurisdiction, I should say. So all of those assistants are just assistant U.S. attorneys or assistant district attorneys or assistant state attorneys. The chief or the first assistant has that title because they are number two. It's not like there's a first assistant, second assistant, third assistant, fourth assistant. The first assistant is basically the only one that gets that title usually.
Right. There's only one first assistant.
I write to follow up on our conversations regarding the issuance of federal grand jury subpoenas to at least 2 witnesses to the Commonwealth's investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. As you know, Indictments have issued in Norfolk Superior Court, and the prosecution is ongoing.
Okay, I pinned the link to this live. Make sure to subscribe to The Lawyer You Know, as well as give the video that I pinned the link to a like, please, folks.
As a prosecuting agency, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office has the constitutional duty to provide the defendant with exculpatory evidence. The obligation in Massachusetts to provide exculpatory information pursuant to Brady v. Maryland and its progeny means not only the constitutional obligation to disclose exculpatory information, but also the broad obligation under our rules to disclose any facts that would tend to exculpate the defendant or tend to diminish his or her culpability. Under the Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure, mandatory discovery includes all facts of an exculpatory nature and all statements of witnesses. To effectuate our discovery obligations, we are requesting, at the earliest possible opportunity, discovery of all statements of witnesses to the investigation of the death of John O'Keefe and the resulting prosecution, including both statements to investigators and grand jury minutes. The Commonwealth also has the duty, at the time we become aware of that the statements of the witnesses exist, to notify the defendant of the items under Rule 14 that the prosecutor knows to exist, but are not within the care, custody, or control of the prosecution, to provide all information known as to the items, location, and identity of the persons possessing the item. So just with page 1 here, they're trying to do what they're trying to do here is ask for all the information they're getting in the grand jury investigation because they want to turn it over to the defense, because they really care about getting exculpatory information, right? That's what he's trying to make this letter sound like.
And it's a joke, because he knows the U.S. Attorney's Office cannot hand over the grand jury material to him. He knows that. And later on, you'll see where in this same letter, he admits he knows the rules don't allow for that. So this is just a publicity stunt.
But again, it's cloaked in making sure we protect the defendant's rights.
Oh, sure.
That's what we're here to do. Thank you, Azam, for gifting a membership.
Did I tell you guys how much I fucking love when lawyers validate my shit, bro? Okay? Have I told you guys that I love when lawyers validate my shit? I mean, he worded it better, talked about cloaking. Absolutely. What's up, baby boy? Oh, man, did you take a shit in here? This is a long live, dude. I hope I'm going to take you out soon. I hope you just farted, dude. Clever.
Netwoman said, I can't believe that we have letters. They aren't from Sarah Boone. Thank you, Papa Tragos, for joining in and explaining this. Also, you both rock. Yes, letters from lawyers. Letters from lawyers. That's what we have here.
Okay. So the joke he made was in regards to Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone is a suitcase murderer. I'm going to talk about that when that trial starts. I'm going to cover that trial. Sarah Boone is the woman who killed her boyfriend by leaving him in a suitcase, drunk, and recorded it. And she has been playing the system ever since, and she continues to get her trial postponed longer and longer and longer and further away every chance she gets. And she's managed to do this by writing letters to the judge, which is pretty crazy. She's really getting on my fucking nerves, if I'm being honest. She is getting on my last fucking nerve, because I just want to cover this woman's trial already.
All right, let's keep reading here. We appreciate the sensitivity and need for discretion as to any ongoing federal investigation. While we are unaware of the parameters of the federal activity, we cannot forego our constitutional or state duties. So they're basically digging here. They're poking around, trying to figure out what's going on with the feds.
Yeah.
I mean, they're scared. This just shows that they're worried.
While we are we are willing to file a motion for a protective order under Mass Crim Rule 14A6 to request limitation of the disclosure of the information to defense counsel only. Any decision of such request, of course, is solely within the authority of the Norfolk Superior Court judge. Similarly, we are willing to facilitate the process or to a request under Fed Rule Crim 6E3EI or 4 for authorization from a federal district court judge for production of the grand jury minutes and related material, if any. Additionally, this office has constitutional and state obligations to provide exculpatory information of which we are aware in all cases, including exculpatory information relating to all witnesses and or members of the prosecution. This would include any investigations into misconduct. There's the little zinger. He's like, oh, and by the way, if there is misconduct that could be exculpatory or something that the defense could use in this case, we also have a duty to disclose that. So please let us know if you have any of that. If any such information exists, it is imperative that we learn of it in a timely manner. In sum, while we appreciate the notification that subpoena is issued, it is imperative that at the earliest opportunity, we are able to provide discovery to the defendant.
You know, Peter, I know that you have done this in many other cases, but, you know, not to gloss over it, But in the very beginning, they cite Brady versus Maryland.
Yeah.
And that we've seen that in almost every criminal case we've talked about, because that's the case.
This
that
guy
requires the government
is
to turn over
unfucking
the
believable.
exculpatory evidence. So they cite it in this letter saying, oh, we have this duty. But then if you also look at the paragraph where it talks about, we're willing to file a motion protective order, they also talk about Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6. If you see that in that paragraph, that's the rule that requires all grand jury material to be secret. So the U.S. Attorney's Office and the state attorney, district attorney knows it. They just can't willy-nilly turn it over. There has to be a court order.
Right. And I mean, just to sneak this in at the end. Oh, and also we consider misconduct by the prosecutor potentially exculpatory. So if you have any of that, turn it over to us too. Meaning if you got any dirt on us, let us know what it is so we can figure out how to fight it. That's what he's trying to do.
As you're going through this progression of letters, it's interesting to know who signs it. This one is signed by the first assistant.
Yeah, the first assistant district attorney, right.
Right.
So that's his number one.
Right.
Lynn could be a guy or a girl, I don't know, but Lynn is Morrisey's first assistant.
You're entitled
writing
to
to the
shit.
U.S. Attorney's first assistant. All right, May 18th, I think, was up here. I think it's the long one. Yeah. All right, May 18th. This is from the district attorney to the Office of Professional Responsibility to the U.S. DOJ. Do you want to explain what that is before we read the letter?
The Department of Justice maintains, basically it's the ethics office, the Office of Professional Responsibility, to make sure that prosecutors and government employees are ethical. And so if you have a complaint about, they lied or they did something unethical or, they're having an affair with a juror, whatever you want to talk about, that gets investigated by OPR, and OPR then makes a determination.
Okay. So basically any wrongdoing, this is where you'd send it. So it's sending a message, right? The fact that Morrisey is writing this letter to the Office of Professional Responsibility.
Right.
Investigation by the Office of the United States Attorneys for the District of Massachusetts. Dear Sir, Madam, I write to formally request that an ongoing investigation be conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts to be examined by the Office of Professional Responsibility, and should the investigation continue, that it be transferred to another office without history of conflict, bias, and abuse of prosecutorial discretion as outlined below. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office has undertaken an extensive investigation into the facts and circumstances of the death of John O'Keefe in Canton, Massachusetts on January 29, 2022. The facts and evidence gathered, including more than 40 individuals testifying before the Norfolk County Grand Jury, led to the second-degree murder indictment of Karen Reed. Reed was the operator of the vehicle that, the evidence demonstrates, struck her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. O'Keefe was then left to die in the snow on the side of Fairview Road, Canton, during the evening of January 29, 2022. The case has been systematically making its way through Norfolk Superior Court with ongoing discovery still active and open, including motions under advisement and motions not yet heard. The defendant, through counsel, has been raising specious issues of a third-party culprit and complaints of witness and police misconduct as they attempt to confuse by offering not different interpretations of the Commonwealth statements, evidence, and positions, but inventing them out of whole cloth. No actual substance, evidence supporting police misconduct or any federal violations have been identified by the defendant, the DA's office, or the Massachusetts Superior Court during the ongoing discovery process. Anything you want to add so far?
Well, just a couple things to point out. If we go back to the beginning, where he talks about
it
history
is sped
of
up,
conflict, bias,
kid.
and abuse of prosecutorial
It is
discretion.
sped up. I sped it
So
up.
basically, he's painting a picture saying, look, these guys historically are bad. Not that they're bad today. They're going to have a trouble. They can't point to anything bad today, but they're talking in a history. And then when he goes down, obviously he badmouths the defense lawyer as he's going through this, and that no federal violations have been identified by the defendant.
Right.
He points that out, although he doesn't know that. And go ahead, but that, he doesn't know these things, but he's trying to paint a picture. He's just throwing it up against the wall and seeing what's going to stick.
Approximately 3 weeks ago, multiple state witnesses who had been brought before the state grand jury notified the Norfolk District Attorney's Office that they were contacted by the FBI and subsequently received subpoenas to appear before a federal grand jury. By the way, this letter is 9 days after the last letter, which will let you know probably that the last letter didn't have the result that they wanted it to, meaning the U.S. Attorney's Office turning over everything they asked for. So when they didn't get everything they asked for, then they followed up that letter with a letter to the Office of Professional Responsibility, which is just an interesting timeline. Shortly after those notifications, the DA's office sent a letter to Josh Levy, the first assistant to the U.S. Attorney, Lynn Beeland, to suggest that we were conducting an investigation that may involve a number of witnesses in the murder case. At the time, Attorney Beeland expressed some concerns about both the jurisdiction and the timing of any actions being taken by the United States Attorney's Office, as they could imprudently impact on ongoing murder prosecution of Karen Reed.
Can we stop there for
Sure.
a second? All right. If you look at that, where it says here, shortly after these notifications to the District Attorney's Office, Joshua Levy, first assistant, contacted the District Attorney. So out of a courtesy, I mean, he didn't have to do it. the first assistant U.S. attorney picked up the telephone, called the first assistant at the district attorney's office to let him know, look, we're out there interviewing these witnesses. And they carefully used the word suggested that they were conducting an investigation, which means that Levy didn't tell him we're conducting an investigation. Suggested. So he's being very careful in the way he's wording it, but he's admitting the U.S. attorney contacted him before he contacted the U.S. attorney.
There's also some interesting things in here, right? So number one, that almost sounds like the bump in the Adelson case, like they wanted to stir some feathers to see what the DA's office would do once they notified them that they were going to do this. Number one. Number two, at that time, Attorney Beeland, which is the first assistant district attorney, expressed some concerns about the jurisdiction and timing of the actions. Well, where was that in the letter?
Belland.
We didn't see the concerns about their jurisdiction in the letter. We just
Belland.
saw, hey, we know you guys are doing this. Just provide us with any information you have in case it's exculpatory so we can turn it over to the defense. But maybe it happened in a telephone conversation. I don't know. Based on the collective experience of several of my colleagues, Massachusetts district attorneys, and former federal prosecutor, it appears to be unprecedented for the federal government to step into the middle of an ongoing state murder prosecution prompted only by inflammatory and ethically dubious defense strategy. I would agree with him there, wouldn't you? It would be unusual if it was just based off that.
Well, the federal government puts their nose into everything.
That's true.
I mean, how many times have we seen, for instance, just, when we're having like riots or public demonstrations where you have the local prosecutors investigating it, but you also have the federal government walking in and conducting an investigation at the same time, talking to the same witnesses. This is not unprecedented. And, I don't know if it's a bad strategy that, we've talked about this defense lawyer and he said some things at that hearing that aren't borne out by these letters. But, they have to attack the defense lawyer because they've assumed the defense lawyer is the one that filed the complaint.
Yeah. And I do think a lot of this is funny that the lawyer that's being accused of doing things shady and potentially under investigation is pointing at the U.S. attorney's office as being biased and abusing their power. They're looking at the defense attorney, calling them unethical and sleazy. Basically, it's like every lawyer in this case seems to be pointing to another lawyer. It's like that Spider-Man meme where everybody's dressed as Spider-Man pointing at each other like, no, you're unethical. No, you're unethical. No, you're abusing your power. No, you have prosecutorial misconduct. And it's like, this doesn't look good really for anybody, except for potentially defense attorneys, because they always get called slime balls. So it's like when there's actually some wrongdoing being pointed at between the prosecutors, they're playing you're playing in the slop with the pigs when you're getting into this finger pointing game. In the conversation with First Assistant Norfolk District Attorney Lynn Beeland, Assistant United States Attorney Josh Levy declined to identify what jurisdiction the federal government had in this murder case. In what appears to be a highly unusual and possibly abusive exercise of power, Attorney Levy indicated that the U.S. Attorney's Office was still proceeding ahead with an investigation that would involve individuals who were active participants in the events and/or witnesses in the case. Attorney Beeland reminded Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Levy that any statements and/or testimony in such an investigation that pertain to any of the witnesses in the ongoing state murder trial may create an ongoing obligation for state prosecutors to provide defense with access to all information and statements gathered or recorded as a result of the federal investigation. Like he cares. It's like they're threatening the U.S. Attorney's Office with like, well, we may have to turn this stuff over to the defense.
But,
U.S. Attorney's Office like, well, so what?
Well, you have to assume that the first assistant U.S. attorney is not a rookie.
Right.
This is not his first year at the U.S. Attorney's Office. And it's not the first time some state prosecutors called him up and chewed him out a little bit. So, I mean, he knows what he is. He knows the power he's got. And he careless. This guy could jump up and down and do flips on top of his desk and wouldn't bother him.
And it's just like, and once this stuff starts happening, where a DA starts writing these letters complaining to the Office of Professional Responsibility, it's going to be tough to mend that relationship and have a good working relationship.
Now, it doesn't matter if they've been following the case. You got to understand, like, because I see Good Citizen is saying, well, they haven't heard of this case at all. Well, probably not. Let me be clear about something, though. Like, this guy's channel, like, he covers all kinds of cases. He covers a lot of cases. So I would not be surprised if they're just now hearing this and just now hearing about all of the buzz that's taking place. Sorry. Okay. All of the buzz that's taking place, and now they're going to talk about it. And they probably got requests. There are people who probably have been following this case and have reached out to lawyer, and been like, man, you got to look into this. You got to see what the hell's going on here. I need a lawyer's perspective on this. So could you please talk about this? And he probably got overwhelmed with requests to do it. So that's probably why, but you can't fault somebody for not being emotionally invested in this when, he's a true crime channel who happens to be an attorney, and he offers an attorney's perspective on the true crime cases that are getting a lot of traction and everybody's talking about. So That's all that's happening here. It's not it's nothing to take personally that they haven't actually looked into the case until recently.
Relationship going forward, regardless of how much somebody doesn't care if somebody jumps up and down and screams at him.
I think the relationship is pretty bad already, because let me tell you what really should have happened if this was a good situation, a good relationship. The district attorney and the U.S. attorney would have met privately in one of their offices, had a cup of coffee, and talked about this. So to make this public and to write these letters and threats, this relationship is over before it started.
Okay, where was I? The U.S. Attorney's Office offered the opinion that you can't turn over information that you don't have. That's a good point. This position leaves state authorities potentially unable to meet the constitutional mandate expressed in Brady versus Maryland and corresponding Massachusetts state rules.
And that's not true. Yeah. And that's not true. And that's just totally a misstatement of the law. Brady only requires them to turn over what they control. If they don't control it,
if they don't know about it, they don't have to turn it over. Obviously, you don't have exculpatory evidence. What are you talking about?
And you can't tell me this guy doesn't know that when he wrote that sentence.
This is pretty funny. Since that call concluded, we have confirmed that witnesses have testified before the grand jury. Rule 6 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure allow that under certain compelling circumstances, information may be provided to all counsel, including those not before the federal grand jury. Recent court filings and statements by defense counsel in the Reed matter suggest the defense attorneys were the source of the initial complaint and allegations prompting this action by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Well, that should let you know they're probably not stepping on your toes with the murder investigation, but they're investigating something else. Reed's defense counsel's recent court filings raise out of thin air an apparently purposeful misstatement of fact, unsupported claims of a cover-up by investigators and witnesses, including municipal, state, and federal law enforcement. As shown in attached documents, many or all of these unsupported allegations can be vetted and reviewed by the judges of the Massachusetts Superior Court during the discovery and motion sessions or available appellate review. By the way, if you really did nothing wrong and you had all these documents and it was an easy open and shut case, or we've had an ethics complaint that a client's had against us, they get closed like that. Immediately they get closed if there are unsubstantiated claims made like this with nothing to back them up, and they are just wild speculation that a defense attorney is throwing up against the wall. I am unaware and strongly doubt any prosecutor or state police misconduct in this case. Well, if he said it, then I guess it must be true, right? The only allegations to that effect have been in unsupported news claims or defense filings that had not even been answered at the time AUSA Levy confirmed the existence of a federal grand jury. And by the way, I'm not saying there is misconduct because I have no idea. I'm just saying this letter gives off a vibe of there's something you're scared of as the district attorney's office if you're going through all of this.
There you go.
Some defense lawyer said that you covered something up or that there was prosecutorial misconduct.
And honestly, defense lawyers say that all the time.
Agreed.
So, I guarantee you that, every time a defense lawyer says it, the U.S. Attorney's Office does not open the matter.
Now, it's interesting because some of you guys, and especially those of you who feel like, oh my God, well, they haven't followed this case at all. This is actually a good thing because you're getting an absolutely unbiased opinion. This is somebody who's just looking at the letters. All of a sudden, these 8 letters are released to the public and everyone's talking about them. This guy, lawyer, gets a request to go over these letters and talk about them. The fact that he's not familiar with the case and he's only giving his opinion on the letters themselves and giving his insight via his experience as an attorney on these letters without knowing anything else about the case. Really, he doesn't know. He hasn't looked at all of the witness statements. He hasn't looked at any of that. He's looking at just these letters alone and going, this shit is shady. This is absolutely shady. It absolutely holds more weight, Katie May. It absolutely holds more weight than anybody who's actually been following the case because it's even less biased than it would be if he had been following the case. Even less bias because he's like, listen, I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know if this lady's guilty or innocent. I don't know what kind of evidence they got. I don't know any of this shit. All I know is these letters, I got a flood of emails. Probably, I'm just assuming this, but he's thinking I got a ton of letters or a ton of emails saying, please go over these letters and tell us what you think of these letters. And he's going over them and he sees that these are correspondence between a district attorney and a U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, an FBI agent, and he brings on a former U.S. attorney and assistant U.S. attorney who happens to be his father. It happens to know exactly. This is crazy. Dad, you're up. Okay? You're up, Dad. This is what he does. He goes, tell me what you think of these letters. Dad probably hasn't followed this case even a little bit. And Dad's looking at these letters and going, this is the shadiest shit I've ever seen, bro. Both of these guys, who are both attorneys, are looking at these letters and just the letters alone and going, this is why I think this is shady. And for them, it has to be shady for them to go all out of their way to express their opinions on a Massachusetts district attorney, on the Norfolk County district attorney, and imply that this dude's intentions are absolutely nefarious. For them to go out of their way to do that, they have nothing invested in that. They're making this judgment, their own personal judgment on this based on their own experience and applying their own insight on just these letters alone. To me, that's extremely telling. That's extremely telling as to how telling Michael Morrisey's behavior is in all of this. They're like, this dude clearly has something to hide. They're saying themselves, this is unprecedented. I mean, they're implying it, but they're not saying it.
And send out FBI agents to do interviews. There's more.
Right. And that's the point, is like, just in cases we've covered on YouTube, defense attorneys have accused prosecutors of prosecutorial misconduct. We don't usually get a DOJ investigation, though. It raises the question why the apparatus of the DOJ would intervene, even as such issues are still being assessed by a justice of the Massachusetts Superior Court without some additional impetus on the part of the U.S.
So Dad is up here as a former U.S. attorney, basically saying, I mean, okay, you got my attention. If the DOJ is looking into this, then U.S.
Attorney's Office. Without dismissing the important role of the DOJ in investigating allegations of police misconduct and federal violations, we bring to your attention what appears to be additional concerns concerning motive, conflict, or appearance of conflict, and potential bias of the Office of the United States Attorney for Massachusetts, which might explain these unprecedented proceedings. Now, it's also in the realm of possibility that this DA is correct and this U.S. attorney is biased and conflicted and has bad motives. I mean, that's a possibility too, right? I mean, it is.
Well, it's possible. The point is that bias affecting what they're doing? And he also calls it potential bias. He still hasn't been able to point to anything specifically that was wrong or done improperly. He just doesn't like the fact they're investigating. That's all it boils down to.
Right.
I predicate the following information with the fact that it has been the policy of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office during my 12-year tenure as DA to maintain a close working relationship with the U.S. attorneys from Massachusetts. Notable in that relationship was the cooperation of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the prosecution of a 35-year-old murder case that was committed in Sharon, Massachusetts, which involved the Whitney Bulger gang.
Bulger.
Why?
Organized crime.
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office had...
Okay, again, lawyer, he doesn't know. He's not familiar with Whitey Bulger. Like, you know what I mean? As soon as I heard that name and the fact that Morrisey brought it up, I was like, really, bro? You're bringing that up? You're bringing the fact up that there were that you're using Whitey Bulger as a reference when Whitey Bulger himself was actually an informant for the FBI. I mean,
statutory jurisdiction to pursue the case, but in the interest of cooperation, acceded to the request of the U.S. Attorney's Office at the time to allow federal prosecution to proceed with the case. As a result of that agreement, the Norfolk District Attorney and Massachusetts State Police assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office worked closely with the U.S. Attorney's Office on the case. During this period, AUSA Dustin Chow, without nexus to that prosecution, asked a Massachusetts State Police detective involved in the matter if he had any kind of damaging information on the District Attorney, First Assistant, or the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. This sua sponte question was not without context. Laura G. Chow, Dustin's wife, had been an employee of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office prior to the case mentioned above. Not long into her tenure, it became apparent that her supervisor...
Again, you see the link that I got pinned at the top of the chat, guys? Please click on that and give the video a like. I would really appreciate that.
That she required more seasoning and legal experience if she wanted to succeed in a superior court role. She was offered the chance to gain more trial experience in the district court without any loss of compensation. Instead, she resigned and filed an ethics violation complaint with the Massachusetts Board of Bar Overseers against the first assistant in the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. The complaint before the board was summarily dismissed in short order. Laura G. Chow was instead cited for a violation of her ethical obligation to provide accurate address information for her practice. Long after separation, she was misrepresenting her address as the Norfolk DA's office. So the U.S. Attorney's wife worked for this DA's office and basically was fired or quit because she wasn't promoted. And they're saying this is all retaliation.
Actually, an assistant U.S. Attorney's wife.
Okay.
Not the U.S. Attorney.
Okay.
An assistant U.S. So just one of the assistant's
yeah.
wives. One of the assistant's wives has a problem, had a problem. And you go back up to this 35-year-old murder case, by the way, that's Whitey Bulger. Whitey Bulger is a famous organized crime figure that the FBI took down. It was a federal case from beginning to end.
So even if they wanted to block it, they wouldn't have been able to.
The U.S. Attorney's Office is the one that should have.
He was an
handled it from
informant
beginning to end anyway.
too.
And even though they're showing that maybe she didn't like the district attorney, okay? Let's agree she didn't like the district attorney. How is he connecting that up to this investigation? There's no connection. He hasn't connected it up.
Right.
Boston, by the way, the Boston
So weird that he's even bringing that up.
Right.
That's a pretty big,
So just one assistant, like they're going to do all this because one assistant U.S. Attorney's wife had a bad experience there. I mean,
yeah, I'll bet you they have 100 assistants.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I began composing this letter well before May 17th publication of the DOJ Office of the Inspector General Report 23071, which has apparently prompted the resignation of the current U.S. Attorney of the District of Massachusetts. My attention is drawn to several portions of Section 2, particularly as they pertain to the weaponization of the U.S. Attorney's Office for personal, political, and retributive purposes. Will regret the day. Sorry, this is from page 46. Hayden will regret the day he did this to you. Watch. We asked Rollins whether her disclosure was retribution for the wrongs she believed Hayden had committed. Additionally, we determined that days after Hayden prevailed in the September 6th preliminary election, Rollins sought to damage Hayden's reputation. The evidence demonstrated she used her position as U.S. Attorney in an ultimately unsuccessful effort to create the impression publicly that the DOJ was or would be investigating Hayden for public corruption. So again, wrongdoing on the prior or current at the time, in transition here, U.S. Attorney having nothing to do with this case, like you said. So yes, it's kind of like and Murdaugh, the clerk of court, they have all this bad stuff she's doing. Can we connect it to the Murdaugh case? Seemingly there seems to be some connections here. Unless I'm missing it, do you see any connections between these citations and the resignation of the U.S. Attorney in this case?
He hasn't. There's no what we would call a nexus. There's no direct connection between any of this and the investigation he's talking about.
And if there were, you better believe it would be in these letters.
Absolutely.
These DOJ findings and questions reinforce my belief that the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts must be removed from whatever investigation is being conducted into the Reed matter. Whatever, it doesn't matter what it is. They have to stop. I believe that a reasonable person could conclude that the same type of tactics are being employed against the Norfolk DA's office in the Reed investigation. The outgoing U.S. Attorney has made no secret of her personal animosity towards me, including repeated crude, outlandish personal and professional attacks against me in the media during her time as Suffolk DA. I guess the U.S. Attorney was previously the Suffolk District Attorney, right? So that sounds like.
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
The head of the public corruption unit has raised the specter of personal retaliation for his wife's departure from the Norfolk DA's office. The public has the right to a U.S. attorney.
So basically, boo-hoo-hoo, this guy's wife doesn't like me, and that's why they're investigating me. This guy's wife doesn't like me, and they're investigating me, and it hurts my fee-fees. So, okay. All right.
Attorney's office that is fair and unbiased as it executes its responsibilities. Weaponizing the U.S. Attorney's Office to conduct an unprecedented intervention into an open state murder case appears to raise the same concerns outlined in the DOJ's report. I submit that the pattern of using the U.S. Attorney's Office for personal purposes established in Report 23071, coupled with the obvious conflict of AUSA Chow, make it impossible to conclude that a fair evaluation of the unprecedented Reed intervention can be conducted by any party within the Massachusetts office. It is impossible to determine how far the tentacles of bias have spread out from the chief of the relevant unit and the titular head of office.
Titular.
I formally request that an impartial federal official unaffiliated with the U.S. Attorney's Office for Massachusetts review and investigate the steps and actions that are being taken by current members of the Did you say something?
No.
Of the Massachusetts Office exploring.
I can't wait to hear what they say about this.
This apparent bias and whether it predisposed them to abuse their prosecutorial discretion in this matter. In the unlikely case that an impartial review finds that a DOJ investigation into the Karen Reed matter is appropriate, even before the issues at hand have been vetted by the Norfolk Superior Court judge hearing the case, I request that the investigation be reassigned from parties with clearly stated and documented bias against members of the Norfolk DA's office to attorneys entirely outside the office of the United States Attorney for Massachusetts. Whew. Okay, so he doesn't want the investigation to completely go away, but maybe just new people investigating them.
Well, what he's hoping was it's going to go away. And you know how we talked about that?
Thanks, Dad. Yeah, Dad's going to clear this shit up.
12 years of a great relationship. That's in conflict with a couple paragraphs above where he says that the U.S. attorney and he hated each other, apparently.
Before she was even the U.S. attorney. So,
right, before she was the U.S. attorney.
Which obviously, if she was the DA, he wasn't the DA. So the timeline doesn't match up. Why lime and the coconut? Canton resident here. You wouldn't believe the show that has engulfed this town. Thanks for covering this. What an embarrassment for the DA. Yeah, I know. And I realize we don't know the half of it. We don't know the half of it yet. Netwoman has gifted not 20, but 40 memberships. That's awesome, Netwoman. Turning the entire chat green, as they like to say, which is awesome. Okay, now we have the U.S. Department of Justice writing to Michael Morrisey. This is the letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the DA, June 1st. The Office of Professional Responsibility received your May 18th letter requesting that OPR investigate the decision by the United States Attorney's Office to subpoena individuals who are witnesses in your pending state prosecution to testify before the grand jury in an ongoing federal investigation. You stated that the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation is possibly an abusive exercise of power and likely based only on defendant Karen Reed's specious claims of witness and police misconduct. In addition to an investigation of the U.S. Attorney's Office investigative decision, you requested that OPR...
They need to get Dad on court TV, talk to Coffindoffer. I want to see Dad talk to Coffindoffer.
transfer the U.S. Attorney's pending investigation. Something's going on with your thing, Dad. It's echoing.
Yeah, I know.
All right, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you just while I read this, and then I'll bring you back up just so I don't hear myself reading it. In addition to an investigation of the U.S. Attorney's Office investigative decision, you requested that OPR transfer the pending investigation to another office without history of conflict, bias, and abuse of prosecutorial discretion. OPR has jurisdiction to investigate allegations of misconduct involving the Department of Justice attorneys that relate to the exercise of their authority to investigate, litigate, or provide legal advice, as well as allegations of misconduct by law enforcement personnel that are related to allegations of attorney misconduct within the jurisdiction of OPR. However, it is the policy of this office to refrain from investigating such issues or allegations if an active investigation is ongoing or litigation is pending. With regard to your request that another office be assigned to the pending grand jury investigation, a matter outside OPR's jurisdiction, OPR forwarded your complaint to the Executive Office for the U.S. Attorney's Office for whatever action it deems appropriate. Further inquiry, you can ask somebody else, basically. All right, what did you take from this letter?
Well, the one line, which is the line, is we don't interfere with ongoing investigations. Think about how they could shut down the investigatory process if someone just said, let's just send a whole bunch of letters to OPR, and then we'll interfere with what an investigation going down, so we'll drag it out. So that is absolutely the policy, and it's always been the policy.
John said, if an officer is killed outside of another officer's house, wouldn't the obvious choice to handle the trial be outside of that county or state? So not necessarily, because you can't just be like calling a neighboring state being like, give me your resources to investigate this. It's the same reason why, you know, the DA's office can't just say, we don't want this U.S. Attorney's Office investigating us. Why don't you call the Middle District of Florida and see if they'll investigate us? It's not really their job. You know, so every jurisdiction and place has a job, but there does become issues when a police department is so involved. And I don't know, again, I don't know if it's the same department, if a different department is investigating this. I don't know.
But he also
if they're that intimately involved, you would think somebody else should do.
They also said, like, why don't you investigate somebody else? Like, that's basically in a nutshell what Morrisey says. He basically says, y'all are investigating me, and it makes no sense that you're investigating me. So I'm requesting that you move your investigation out of my state. I don't want to be investigated. It's not how it works, bro.
Should do this investigation.
And, you know, it's fact driven on all these, whether or not there's a conflict or not, whether somebody, because a lot of times you have state law enforcement that will come into a county to do something like this, like we have FDLE in Florida Department of Law Enforcement that could come in, but it's all fact specific. You can't say as a general rule that should happen.
Right. I agree. All right. Now we have June 12th. So 3 days later, U.S. DOJ from Josh Levy, the first or acting U.S. attorney at this point, because the old U.S. attorney is out and he used to be the first assistant. And he is replying finally to the, I think, May 9th letter to Lynn Beelan, the first assistant district attorney. So many first assistants and assistant and U.S. and district and all this stuff. What were you going to say something?
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt your thoughts, but that really long letter that we talked about from the district attorney, remember the first one was signed by his first assistant?
Right.
That really long letter, that was actually signed by the district attorney. He signed that one himself.
Right. That's this one. This
Right,
is the
he
really
signed
long
that
one for
one
the Office
himself.
of Professional Responsibility.
Right.
Right. So he wrote that himself. All right. So now let's get to this June 12th. This is from Josh Levy, the Assistant U.S. Attorney, to the Assistant District Attorney. Thank you for your letter dated May 9th. My apologies
Paul
for the delay in responding,
Cristoforo?
but I have been tied up with
Good to see you,
transition
buddy.
issues, meaning transitioning the old U.S. Attorney out, and he is now acting attorney or U.S. Attorney. We understand your office has important discovery obligations in any criminal prosecution. At this juncture, we have no issue with you advising the defense counsel about the contact we have had with your office and the information we have shared if you determine such a disclosure is
Thank you,
warranted under
Charlene
National Criminal
Savoli-
Procedure 14.
Savioli.
We are mindful of the important
Thank you.
concerns raised in your letter, and we'll be back in touch with you as circumstances dictate. Translation: you go ahead and do what you got to do. We're going to keep doing our job. You keep doing yours.
Right.
And if you want to bring that defense attorney in, go ahead. It seems like you guys have a really great working relationship, right? Like what a threat that is. Oh, we're going to have to tell the defense attorney. It's like, go for it, dude. Go for it.
I said the same shit.
Anything to add to that one?
No.
All right. We're looking for June 21st now. Here we go. June 21st. This is from the Commonwealth, signed by Lynn Beeland, to Jack Macklin, General Counsel of the Executive Office for the United States Attorneys, which is where the Office of Professional Responsibility said, this is where you need to send that complaint, not to us. So this is them sending the request here to have somebody else handle it. This letter is to inquire about the status of a request for a transfer of investigation due to a conflict of interest. The Norfolk District Attorney's Office sent the DOJ Professional Responsibility a letter raising concerns of potential investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts involving witnesses relating to a pending state criminal matter, the Karen Reed matter. This office has subsequently received a June 1st letter from Jeffrey Ragsdale, counsel for OPR, reflecting that the extent that the letter indicated that the pending grand jury investigation should be reassigned, the appropriate office to address would be you. This is to inquire the status of that request and provide contact information for any further information you may require. If you have any questions or are looking for any additional information, I may be contacted as set out above. So it's basically them just taking the steps because they're basically unturning every stone to try to get somebody else to handle this investigation. And I do think it's worth pointing out, they have this Executive Office of the United States Attorney's Office for circumstances where it actually may be warranted that somebody else should handle this investigation if it's not appropriate for the U.S. Attorney's Office to handle this investigation, right?
Right. Actually, the Attorney General will be the one making the final decision on it.
And
The
so,
Attorney General themselves, right?
and so if there was a problem here, somebody would be there to look into it.
Right.
All right. June 21st. Next one is August 3rd. Here we go. This one is from the General Counsel from that office that they're applying, what is that, June, July, August, a month and a half later. This responds to your June 21st letter concerning your putative request for a recusal of the United States Attorney's Office. As you indicate, the DOJ Office of Professional Responsibility informed you that they had referred your May 18th letter to my office for whatever action I deem appropriate. Consistent with the terms of the referral from OPR, I contacted Acting U.S. Attorney Josh Levy, who we've seen in a bunch of these letters. Based on my understanding from that discussion with USA Levy, his office has a very different opinion of the circumstances in this case than as presented in Mr. Morrisey's letter. Shocker there. Two completely different sides to this story. His office has not reached any official determination whether prosecution is warranted, but they believe it is essential to continue their investigation given the information on which they are aware, which tells you there is more there than just some crazy defense attorney making wild allegations with no factual backing, right?
This is the worst letter for the district attorney than all of them. Here we have this guy sitting in Washington, D.C. I mean, he's no rookie either. He's the general counsel for the executive offices of U.S. attorneys. And he has reviewed the information from U.S. Attorney Levy. He's reviewed it, and he found Levy is doing just fine. So, if I was them,
almost like I agree with him.
Yeah. Well, he is agreeing with him. He does say there's enough there to keep going. And
At
that
this
should
time,
make the district attorney
let
sweat.
me read this real quick, and then I'm going to ask you another question. At this time, we see no basis for a recusal.
He said that should make the district attorney sweat
in this investigation. So that right there tells you that the state attorney has written, how many letters have we read so far? They've written 3 or 4 letters making all these accusations against the U.S. Attorney's Office, abuse of power, biased, conflict of interest, all this stuff they're stating as fact. And this guy, just so we're clear, doesn't work for the Massachusetts State Attorney's Office. He's basically working on all United States attorneys, right?
The whole country. The whole country.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like they asked this guy
I
to
didn't
come
know
in.
that.
He's got no dog in the fight. If the U.S. Attorney's Office is doing something wrong, he wants to fix it because that ends up looking bad for everybody. So he comes in, he reads the letter, so he gets the DA side. He talks to the assistant U.S. attorney or the acting U.S. attorney, gets his side, and he's like, oh, all right, you guys do what you need to do. I don't see any reason for recusal, but this is the process that it's supposed to take if there is an issue. So I'm glad to see that.
You guys are
The
great.
district attorney's office had an issue. They asked Office of Professional Responsibility. They asked the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys. They asked everybody they could possibly ask, and everybody basically told them, we're not going to do anything.
You know, Peter, honestly, I have never seen the Executive Office do anything about a complaint like this, ever. You know, this was a total waste of time for the district attorney, because they're never going to get a U.S. Attorney's Office recused from doing an investigation. It doesn't happen.
Unless there's something obviously horrible going on.
Corrupt. It's got to be total corruption.
Exactly. Exactly. So, I mean, but to get this in writing,
right,
to get this negative.
So the general consensus between the lawyer, and his dad is basically like, District Attorney Morrisey already knows this. Like, he knows well enough to know that these letters aren't going to do shit. All they're doing really is just making him look shadier. Like, at the very least, to the public. Like, the rest of us looking at this going, bro. So basically, it's not far-fetched for us to be sitting here just as laymen's going, dude, the fuck is this guy thinking? Sending these letters one after the other to the U.S. attorney. It makes no sense. Why would he do that? Why would he shoot himself in the foot like that? So they're basically confirming this. And they're saying, like, unless there was something super duper shady going on from the U.S. attorney's office on their end, there's no way that they're gonna get this case recused, this investigation recused from the district attorney's office. There's just no way. But they're claiming, well, Morrisey knows this. So if Morrisey knows this already and he's trying to do it anyway, well, then guess what? That is what you call desperation. This dude is desperate. And if you're desperate, well, then you're scared. And if you're scared, it's because you were probably doing some dirty, dirty shit.
Action in writing is not a good thing for the DA's office.
It should have been the headline of the newspaper in Boston. I don't know if it was or not, but it should have been.
Well, I think they've got some hearings coming up, and my guess is they're going to just run a truck through this. All right, October 12th. So now we've got a couple months. I don't know where this one will be. So let's see here. This is June 21st, November 22nd, October 12th. Here we go. So this is, again, from who signed this one, Lynn Beeland to Josh Levy. And this would be 2 months after they got notice from the executive office that they're not going to force the U.S. Attorney's Office case. All right, this is a follow-up on our previous communications dated May 9th and your June 12th response. On September 15th, the Norfolk Superior Court set a trial date of March 12th, 2024 on the indictments for second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene of personal injury and death. Under the Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure, mandatory discovery includes items of information within the Commonwealth's possession, custody, or control relevant to the case, including statements by the defendant, Karen Reed, statements of persons who testified before a grand jury, and grand jury minutes, facts of an exculpatory matter, material and relevant police reports, photographs and tangible objects, reports of physical examination of any person, and scientific tests, experiments, and statements of persons intended to be called as witnesses, and disclosure of promises, rewards, or inducements made to witnesses the party intends to present at trial. The Commonwealth also has a duty to notify the defendant of these items that are known to exist but are not within its care, custody, or control. To effectuate our discovery obligations, we're requesting statements to investigators and grand jury minutes of witnesses in your investigation, as well as, to the extent that may exist, any other above described items or materials given the impending trial date. Prompt disclosures are critically important. So again, they're basically asking for the same stuff. They're giving the same reasons. The response will be the same. This is just more of the same, right?
Right. More of the same.
If there is need for limited disclosure of such items, please include such a request. We are willing, with the appropriate foundation, to file a motion for protective order. Okay, same thing. Similarly, we will facilitate the process of the request for authorization from federal district court judge. Additionally, this office has constitutional case, literally the same exact thing.
And I find something very interesting, because right there, Morrisey says, we're willing to file a protection order. Like, if you give us this, and they did it anyway. They filed a protection order. and they sorry, hold on. I'm a little I'm a little distracted here. They filed this protection order. Well, actually, no. I don't think they actually did. Now that I think about it, I don't think they actually filed a protective order. Because at the end of the day, they ended up filing that letter stating that they don't care whether or not the defense sees these things. Okay, yeah, that's where I'm getting confused. They filed a motion to impound the letters. I don't think, right, okay, they never passed the judge never approved it, or I know I'm getting my details mixed up here, and I apologize for that. Well, they wanted a protective order from the public. They wanted they filed a protection order so that it wouldn't be, so that the letters wouldn't be public. But since they lifted the protection order, since they lifted their request for a protection order publicly, then that's probably why we got the letters today, because that happened Friday, and so now, and then they filed a motion to withdraw the impound. Now, unless I'm confused, and the judge ordered the letters to be impounded of her own free will, she impounded the letters, but then the Commonwealth filed a motion saying that they don't need the letters to be impounded. That's the best I could explain it. That's the best I could explain it.
Okay, so that's on October 12th. Now we're looking for November 22nd. And now this is to the FBI from Michael Morrisey, the DA. Dear Special Agent Cohen, it was a pleasure to meet you at the State House for the Governor's Press Conference on Hate Crime Enforcement. I wanted to again extend my welcome and best wishes to you in your role as the Boston Special Agent in charge, and look forward to working with you in the future. I also wanted to review this office's offer for your agents to speak to the state police who were involved in the John O'Keefe Canton murder investigation. My first assistant district attorney also mentioned our willingness to talk to the FBI, to the acting U.S. attorney in a recent phone conversation. If you would like to have your investigators talk to the state police, they can contact Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully. So what do you garner from this?
He's trying another route. He's just trying to go through the new SAC. The guy is new. Apparently, you can tell from that he just got appointed to be the SAC in Boston. So he's hoping, he doesn't really know what's going on, so maybe he can snooker him.
And he's basically saying, I don't know if I'd say snooker or use such strong language, but I think that he's definitely trying to be like, hey, come over here, do a little investigation as the FBI so we can present and say, look, the new guy that's unbiased finds no wrongdoing in my office. I'm a good, high, powerful friend. I'll scratch his back a little bit. Hopefully he scratches mine. And I think he's definitely trying to get somebody else involved to give a report that says all clear in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. All right.
Well,
January
they don't
12th.
know what
Here we go.
know.
So this was a letter that I believe was read or referenced in.
They simply don't know what we know, which is fine. That's okay. Like I said, I like that better, honestly. But if they knew what we knew, they would find the fact that Tully's name being the person that they name at the end there to be the person to contact would be very shady. That would be very telling. But they haven't been following the case. They don't know. Again, these guys are just up here applying their insight via their experience as attorneys to interpret these letters. That's all they're doing, which I love. But it's fascinating to me that just these letters alone is enough for these guys to go, what is this guy doing? What is this guy Morrisey thinking? I find that fascinating.
In the hearing, and this is from Adam Deek, Assistant U.S. Attorney. Dear Justice Cannon, With respect to the above caption matter, we received notice via a letter dated January 9, 2024 from counsel for the defendant regarding the Commonwealth's motion for protective order pertaining to Commonwealth notice discovery pursuant to Mass Rule Criminal Procedure 14A1E1 with associated 6 amendment attachments. We additionally received copies of the motion, the defendant's opposition, and related filings, including copies of the 8 letters at issue. We are also aware of the upcoming hearing scheduled for January 18, 2024. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard on this issue. Having reviewed all the materials referenced above, the DOJ and U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts do not object to the public disclosure of the correspondence at issue in the pending motion, which was, in fact, these 8 letters we read today. And we told you that was a bad sign. So this person, Adam Deet, signed for Joshua Levy, the acting U.S. Attorney. So that is a bad sign for the state. It also, multiple things throughout these letters have told me this U.S. Attorney's Office seems to have a more respectful and better relationship with Karen Reed's attorneys, the defense attorneys in this case, than they do with the prosecutors. Because it seems like they've been talking, and it seems like they've talked here as well. What do you think?
Well, I wouldn't read that into it. I would say they received enough information to open up a matter and do an investigation. It may be, I don't think it was just from the defense attorney, but I think there's some other stuff that they're looking at. Plus, they knew that this letter was going to be written because I think they drafted all their other letters knowing that there'd be public disclosure. That's what they suspected.
Yeah, let them know, Dad. Let them know. Like, it's not like, because that kind of points like as if, you know, there's this great relationship between Yannetti and Jackson with the U.S. attorney, and it's really not, you know what I mean? That like he's basically clarifying as a former U.S. attorney that no, they're not going to be saying these things and going about this in this manner. If that were just the case, they're going about this because they obviously have to have a lot more that they're going on than just the good faith of Yannetti and Jackson's word. So they've done their own investigation. Now, maybe Yannetti and Jackson lit the spark for them to conduct this investigation, but what's really going on here is once they look into that, once they start this investigation, they're discovering other things. Or at least once they've discovered other things, that would have led to them saying, okay, we are conducting a full investigation. It's probably a better way to put it.
Now,
you should always suspect that.
That's right. This district attorney was going to sell them out. So let's write letters to make sure we cover ourselves that are going to go public. And as I told you, as we talked about the last podcast we had on YouTube, these letters, this is it's unusual for a U.S. attorney or assistant U.S. attorney not to be in the courtroom when there is an issue that involves the U.S. Attorney's Office and disclosure of U.S. Attorney's Office information or correspondence. They were invited to be there, and they chose not to be there. So that just shows you they're just leaving this district attorney to swing in the wind. And there is no love lost between these two groups.
And that's what I'm saying. It's not necessarily that they love these defense attorneys or that they're best friends or anything like that, or they're helping them out, but it just seems like the relationship is so bad between the U.S. Attorney's Office and the DA's office that it might actually be better with the defense attorneys.
Yeah. There's obviously a bad relationship. You're
Ashley said, thank you for breaking this down for us. What's your biggest takeaway from these letters? What would you say?
First off, these letters did not verify that there was an investigation being conducted of the district attorney's office. You don't read that anywhere in the letters. The defense lawyer said that in court, saying the district attorney is being investigated. Nowhere in this letter does it say that. So I think that that's a bit of an exaggeration by the defense lawyer. And that's really what I take away from this is the defense lawyer.
Yeah, but he strongly implied it, though. I mean, let's review. Let's review. Because let me take away this closed captioning real quick. We additionally received copies of the motion, the defense's opposition related filings, including copies of the 8 letters of the issue. We are also aware of the upcoming hearing scheduled. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard in this issue. Having reviewed all of the, sorry, that super chat's blocking it. Reference shown. The Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the district not to object to the public disclosure. Okay, so this is about the disclosure of the letters, but hold on a second. I need to find the letter. Hold on. Give me 1 second, folks. All right. Sorry, I got it now. So okay, there's that. Hold on. Okay, right there. Consistent with the terms of the referral. Now this is the Department of Justice letter to Lynn Belland, who is the assistant district attorney in Norfolk County, right? And the second paragraph in that letter, dated August 3rd, 2023, consistent with the terms of the referral from OPR, I contacted acting United States Attorney Joshua Levy. Based on my understanding from that discussion with U.S. Attorney Levy, his office has a very different opinion on the circumstances in this case than is presented in Mr. Morrisey's letter. His office has not reached any official determination whether prosecution is warranted, but they believe it is essential to continue their investigation, giving the information of which they are aware. So he missed that. With all due respect, lawyer, dad, and I say that with all the respect in the world. I mean that. He just missed that, I think, in my opinion. He missed that. He's saying at no point does it say that there is an investigation. It absolutely says it right there. This right there is this is from the Department of Justice, from the DOJ to the Assistant District Attorney, Lynn Belland. And it states right there at the bottom, at the second paragraph, consistent with the terms of the referral from the OPR, I contacted acting United States Attorney Joshua Levy. Based on my understanding from the discussion of the USA Levy, his office has a very different opinion of the circumstances in this case than is presented in Mr. Morrisey's letter. His office has not reached any official determination whether prosecution is warranted, but they believe it is essential to continue their investigation. Again, I'm going to repeat that. It is essential to continue their investigation given the information of which they are aware. At this time, we see no basis for recusal in this investigation. So that right there, in my opinion, absolutely states that there is an ongoing investigation into District Attorney Morrisey's office. So Dad is respectfully mistaken. Now, he's the lawyer and I'm not. Maybe I'm missing something. You know what I mean? And I'm saying that with all seriousness. I'm not trying to be sarcastic or disrespectful in any way. I'm just saying I think he missed that part. So I'm being careful here because I don't want to be someone who is falling to confirmation bias. Okay. I don't want my bias as far as my opinion already being made and set that Karen Reed is innocent, because that is my opinion. I believe that to be true. I don't want that to be a factor in how I'm reading that. So if I'm mistaken, then I apologize, but that's the way that I am reading it. It sounds to me like that is an absolute confirmation to me that there is an investigation into District Attorney Morrisey's office. And that Yannetti did not exaggerate, stated exactly what he believed that to be. That was his interpretation. To me, that was also Yannetti's interpretation of what that particular paragraph in that letter states.
Or is exaggerating what's said in these letters.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the defense lawyers exaggerating, but the defense lawyers and the district attorney both take the same inference from this, that it's not good for the district attorney's office.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I kind of think. And Iris asked this question, isn't the defense mischaracterizing the investigation if there's no targeted investigation against the Norfolk DA in the Reed case? Exaggerating probably more than mischaracterizing, but I mean, I think it's a fair question.
Oh, it is. It is. And they,
I mean, I guess
they're exaggerating. I wouldn't have said what that defense lawyer.
We could split hairs as to what exaggerating means in this context, but I mean, I don't think he was exaggerating. I mean, I don't think that they flat out said we are investigating District Attorney Morrisey's office. So, all right, to be fair to Dad, okay, I could see it being an exaggeration because Yannetti did say that Michael Morrisey is in fact a target of an investigation by the Department of Justice. A target. Okay. So he doesn't actually, I mean, so at no point does it actually say that. So I guess you could consider that to be an exaggeration. You know, fair enough. So, but I mean, again, we're tomato. I think we're splitting hairs.
As lawyer said.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, he really went beyond the scope of propriety. There's enough in these letters for him to make the point without actually exaggerating.
He could have just said, I mean, the DA's office is making wild accusations that nobody is corroborating and nobody is agreeing with. Even unbiased parties come and look and don't agree with what they're saying, calling everybody unbiased or calling everybody biased, everybody slinging wild accusations. They say that we're doing all this stuff, and then people come in and look at it and don't agree with them. Because that's what happened.
And I'd waive that letter from the executive office.
Exactly.
That said, we've looked into this and there's enough to keep investigating this case. So I would tell that judge, there's something going on here. And I think that we need to know about it. My client can't get a fair trial unless my client is exposed or at least gets all these statements from witnesses or gets this grand jury information.
And I would combine it with the letter where they say, I can't believe they're even looking into this. All they have is the defense attorney saying stuff and defense attorneys don't know anything, basically. So I would combine those two letters. Yeah. That woman, sorry if you said this before, how exactly did the defense get a hold of these letters? I think they were turned over from the DOJ, right?
No, they were actually turned over by the district attorney. Remember, the district attorney said that they gave copies already to the defense.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember reading. I didn't remember which lawyer said that.
At the hearing, the prosecutor, the district attorney, gave the letters.
Okay. Provocateur libertarian. You look so much like your dad, but he looks like more of a hard A. It's probably true.
Provocateur librarian, bro. Librarian.
John,
it's not careful who you don't just throw libertarian around like that, bro. That's a dirty word to some people. Librarian.
O'Rourke. Doesn't it seem like allegedly something squirrely happened internally with the police department? I think it should be pushed.
I'm just being silly, by the way, guys.
To a different state, in my opinion. They can't really just do that all the time. Like, you can't just like push investigations to different states. That's not really how our nation is set up.
Right.
And just to say that the whole state would be biased, then we don't really have a justice system, right?
Right.
But you do have the FBI, and
right.
Apparently they're out there interviewing people. So they're not subject to influence by the local police department.
And the U.S. Attorney's Office for Massachusetts is not a state actor.
Right.
They're a federal actor.
And not an elected official.
Right. That's the point of the federal.
Right.
Tiger 2. This is fascinating. Abuse of power, lies, investigations. I'm making popcorn and putting on slippers. It definitely feels like The Town, like one of those movies where it's out of Boston and all these people sound and look the part when you hear them. I mean, it's going to be wild if this thing does go to trial in March. It's definitely one we're going to follow. Sandy, this trial seems like the plot from the movie The Departed. Excuse me. I didn't know this comment was coming. I said The Town. She says Departed.
Yeah, I mean, I would have picked a better Boston-based movie than The Town to reference as far as all this goes. Departed is definitely more along those lines, but The Departed is more along the lines of Whitey Bulger. I think Whitey Bulger absolutely inspired Jack Nicholson's role in that movie. But as far as this goes, and I mean, well, no, Departed works. Departed works because there's a lot of with The Departed, there's a lot of dirty cops, so a few dirty cops. But the town, I mean, the town is just it's the FBI trying to catch bank robbers. That's all it is. City on a Hill, also a very good reference right there. I love that show, man. I love that show. You know what show was fucking awesome? Brotherhood. It only went on for 2 seasons. It was a Showtime show, and it was based out of Boston. And that was really good, man. I got really hooked on that. Like, don't do that to yourself. It's crazy because, like, if you're gonna do that to yourself, like, you could watch those 2 seasons of Brotherhood, just know that it's not gonna go anywhere. It got canceled after the 2nd season, but you can still watch it. But man, it's addictive. Great show. Great show. City on the Hill is great too.
Which coincidentally took place in Massachusetts. A lot of movies like this took place in Massachusetts.
Right.
So it's not so far-fetched, I guess. But this is really, really interesting to me. And they said the letters were also, I just lost that. Somebody said the letters were originally published in Boston Magazine. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. All right, let me see if we have any more questions before we bounce. We're right at the 1 hour mark. Samantha said, Peter, you're obviously super smart, but I love that even you mispronounce words and your dad is there to correct you. Dads are the best. Whoops. I could just take them off the screen so he can't correct me. Even if you mispronounce words, dads are the best. Always learning from them. Titler. Yes. Dude, there's so many words I mispronounce in these documents, especially because I'm reading like 100 pages. I feel like, so it's just wild.
I mispronounced words in the document. You did fine there. You mispronounced librarian.
Another show following. Yes.
In your super chat.
What is it on? I can't remember. Oh, Delphi. Okay, sorry, I forgot. And I also, John is probably texting me. Yeah, sorry, you're gonna have to bump it again. I wasn't paying attention to my text messages. We were just dug in here. Delphi, Dad, quick thought on this. So Delphi case is a murder case, years old. Years and years later, they arrest this guy.
You see what I mean? Is this guy talks about all kinds of different cases that are circulating around the internet right now. So you can't expect him to know the ins and outs. Like most of us that are here right now, those of you in my chat, me, we're consumed with this case right now. So we're going to naturally know a little bit more about this case than anybody who is talking about and juggling around a bunch of different cases because they are true crime channels. So you don't get upset when they don't know every single little detail and in and out of every single document. Dude, I'm invested in this case completely, and I still haven't read every single document in this case. So, because as you can see, I have a hard time understanding documents for the most part, but I do the best I can, and I'm grateful to you guys for that, for coming to this channel and interacting with me and putting up with my lack of education when it comes to this stuff. So it means a lot. You guys are great. Again, hit the like if you haven't already. Please make sure to click on the link that I have pinned. That's the video that we just watched. Make sure to give that a like. And subscribe to Lawyer You Know, man, because Lawyer You Know is he seems like a good dude, and it's very valuable. I find for the most part, ex-cops and attorneys who have YouTube channels to provide their insight in these true crime cases that we follow, I think they're very valuable to the community. So please, even if you don't agree with them necessarily, if they're attorneys, chances are they know a bit more than we do. When it came to the rare case of, say, Bill Cannon from Police Off the Cuff, this is a guy who said he was going to do a deep dive into the case, didn't do even remotely a deep dive, and then had Coffindoffer on his panel to validate his channel as far as knowledge of the case, and that shit just didn't fly with the rest of us who actually looked into this case. That's one of those rare occasions. That's the only former law enforcement officer who I'm going to bad talk when it comes to covering cases, because this is a guy who said he was going to do his research. And if we're going to hold any YouTuber to a standard of doing at least the minimal amount of research, it's going to be someone who prides themselves of being 27 years into the most elite homicide units in New York City. I mean, at the very least, we could expect him to look at available court documents. At the very least, witness statements that lacked signatures. At the very least. So holding Bill Cannon to that standard, I don't think is in any way, too much to ask. Much less even disrespectful for calling him out for not doing it. He's the one who claims to be an elite investigator. So investigate, dude. Investigate. I mean, if there are people who work in completely unrelated fields and yet are just consumed with the idea of someone getting justice, a police officer getting justice, well, the very least we should expect a former police officer, a retired homicide detective, to want justice for a fallen brother in blue. Do your research at the very least. So, I don't think it's unfair to simply hold an elite homicide investigator to that minimum standard. I don't think it's unfair at all. So, Bill Cannon, do better. Anyway, I am going to wrap this up, guys. Thanks for hitting the like. Thanks for all your support. Those of you who have recently subscribed, I'm glad you're here. I hope you enjoy the channel. Those of you who have been subscribed, thank you so much. I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. I think somebody in the chat said that Young Jerks, I know Melanie Little's live. So is Young Jerks... Hold on. Is he live or is that coming later? Yeah, that's not till later. Okay, that's 7 p.m. He's going to do the Canton Select Board meeting. I'm glad he's back doing that. Good for you, Mike. It's good to see you doing that all over again. And make sure to subscribe to Mike if you're not already, to Young Jerks. Make sure to subscribe to LTL True Crime Podcast, because I don't want to be a liar. So get him to 50,000 subs. Anyway, guys, you guys are fantastic. This is the longest stream I've done in a long time. We're past the 5-hour mark on this one. So those of you who hung out with me and hung in there this whole time, man, I cannot express how grateful I am to you guys for that. So you guys are fantastic, man. Seriously, I'm really, really thankful for you guys. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. And I think Attorney Melanie Little's live right now. So go check her out. Anyways, guys, I love you very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.